morning, delegates. We hope it's a good morning. You're welcome. We want to pick up from where we left last evening and proceed with the sharing on the Regional Teacher Training Initiative. And yesterday we were caught up and want to continue and pick it up with the experience from Sudan. And I'm glad to welcome on stage Mr. Ayman, who is going to represent the experience from Sudan. Thank you. As we sort up the presentation, it's just good to note that Mr. Ayman works for the Ministry of Education, and as part of our integration idea and approach, we've always worked together with the ministry, and we are excited that he accepted to make the presentation on behalf of the national coordinator. Thank you.
Sorry for the technical, we have a small technical problem here. Good morning, everyone. I'll be presenting the experience of these training sessions or training adoption of the training framework in Sudan. So before we pull up the presentation in the screen, I just want to remind the group about the context that I explained yesterday, and the challenges that the system is facing, the education system, and just considering the fact that we have more than 3 to 4 million refugees, IDPs, and returnees, that's put a lot of burden on the system. We also have to consider the fact that we have a very diverse range of refugees coming from different backgrounds. We have Syrian, around 135,000. We have recently Yemenis, and we have refugees from Ethiopia, Eritrea, South Sudan, DRC, Chad, Central African Republic. So, and if you remember, a couple months ago when Taliban took power in Afghanistan, some countries, they approached Sudan if we can accommodate a couple of thousands refugees in Sudan. And the government is still negotiating that. So this is the context that we're working in. We have around 5,000 secondary schools compared to 20,000+ basic schools. Now the system is going through a serious reform, moving, as I said yesterday, from 11 years to 12. So we have also to revisit our training modules and training packages that we have to provide to our teachers. So this is where we are in Sudan, considering also the political conditions that's going on right now. So it's a very difficult, very challenging environment that the government and the partners are working in a very challenging environment. So when we start, as mentioned by my colleagues, it's the 3 countries were picked up by IGAD, and to me this is more of like a pilot. If you are talking about the number of teachers trained in through this program, we have only 100 teachers in each one of the states, in the countries that's selected. Compare the number to 60+. Okay, so we have 11 states out of the 18 states that are hosting mainly the major bulk of the refugees in the country, in the host communities. So I will go very quick into the presentation. 11 states out of the 18 states that are hosting. Thank you to the technical team. Thank you, Moses. Okay, so we go through very quick about our achievements, the challenges, and so as I mentioned, I don't need to go through this because we already captured the 4 modules that's presented by my colleagues from Ethiopia yesterday. It's the same modules that's used across the region. What's happened is like we adapted to our local and national context. Okay, so this is one of some of the photos of the group discussions and the presentation that took place. Again, this is more of let's go to the challenges. Okay, first the insecurity, the context that I explained to you a few minutes ago, and also we have the communication issues. Okay, it's very serious with the disruption of the internet, disruption of the telecommunication, accessibility of the coverage of the network itself is also an issue, especially in remote areas. So to communicate with the teachers back and forth is also one of the things that we're really concerned about. Some of the schools that have few teachers, it's very hard for them to release the teachers to attend the training sessions. We have an issue of keeping time because of the distance. I remember in Ethiopia yesterday, the Gambela cases, like we have very challenging environment. So we do have the same problem in Gaddafi state. Also, we have the language barriers. As I explained, we have a number of, you can find in one of school like a very diverse group, especially in host communities, because most of the schools are in host communities. So you expect like a very mixed and very diverse group in the school. That creates some sort of language barrier to some of the participants. So that's caused some delays into the interpretation and the translation of the materials. So when it comes to lesson learned, I think it's very crucial. As I said, we're moving through this transition and we have reforms going on. So this is a very good opportunity for us as a Ministry of Education to adopt the modules and tailor it and also to expand it to to other states. So this is a very good experience, I think, for the Ministry of Education. It brings, as I said, everybody on board, the Commission of Refugees, our partners from UNHCR, Islamic Relief, ADRA. These are the agencies that's working in these 3 states. We expect more partners to come on board. We are implementing, while we are expanding the modules to other states as well. So at the level of the teachers, it creates some sort of network. So teachers get to know, and having this utilizing the different apps like WhatsApp and so on. So we have groups for them. This is very good in when it comes to lesson learned, I think it's very when it comes to lesson learned, I think it's very yesterday he also mentioned some serious concern about the teacher training qualification and accreditation in Ethiopia, and how the profession itself became like really unattractive, and a lot of people tend to leave. So this is one. Okay, looking to the sustainability and the way forward for Sudan. As I said, this is a good opportunity to adopt these modules. And actually what we're looking at, 3 out of the 4 modules are applicable also at the different level of the management in the education system. Talking about the school management leadership, talking about the inspectors, talking about even the people who are working at the ministry, at the state and federal level. We need to invest in building their capacity or develop their capacities into the ICTs, into the life skills, and psychosocial support. All these areas are really needed, not only at the school level. So this is one thing. As I said, the NTTC, the National Teacher Training Center, is adopting the modules. And with the new teacher training strategy under development, we expect the final draft to be ready by the end of this month or early next month. So the modules will really come in the right time to have something to launch at the beginning. So we'll give ourselves maybe 1 year to evaluate the modules and the impact of the modules on the teaching and on the learning, on the teachers, on the students, and we modify down the line. Yeah. So this is how we think about it in terms of the sustainability. We expect, as I mentioned yesterday, some support from IGAD 19. This is one of the big components in the project that we developed. The teacher training is one of the major components, because we believe it is very essential at this time to really invest heavily on the teacher training and also the availability of textbooks. This is a very easy and very important for the learning. One of our colleagues here from South Sudan yesterday, he's giving an experience about how the kids are really way behind in terms of the learning, and so this has to do a lot with, we invested more into the expansion of the system, and we really left the quality behind. So it's high time right now to come back and just to pull, because education is about quality. It's not about just building fancy schools and so on. So that's why teacher training is very important. Some of the topics that's covered are really looking at the you know, they need a lot of support. That's why they see this. Okay, this is very good, but also we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they start talking about other areas of intervention, and this is one of the things we would like to have some conversation with our partners, how to have a full package starting from preschool all the way up to the secondary, the end of the secondary. So a whole package in line with the strategy that I talked about. It is also a platform to bring partners at the state level and with the support from the federal levels into certain areas. Okay, we know they're very engaged. One of the concerns right now is like we are still experiencing more refugees coming. So there's a high need to have a quick plan to address this one. So this is very important, and considering also this political, the ongoing conflict unfortunately the ongoing conflict in the neighboring countries, some of the neighboring countries, and also some civil unrest in the country, we have also to react quickly. So this is in general what the sustainability, our vision to the sustainability of the program. Yeah. Next, please. Okay, now I will hand over to my colleague from Uganda, or to the panel to, yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ayman, for sharing the Sudan experience.
Sorry, I'm coming in. We have someone online who is supposed to start a presentation from the World Academy of Science on Science in Exile. We are checking if he's online, since we actually wanted him to come early, 9:30. If he's online, we will give him the chance before the next presentation, and then we will continue. If not, then we will proceed. Ahmed and Sagal, you please advise us if he's ready. Is he on? He's online, so you can allow him to continue to make the presentation. We will break for him. Welcome, Peter. Yeah, we had a rollover of presentations yesterday. We thought yours would come later, but I think you are most welcome, and we are ready to hear your presentation.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Will you show the video that we sent, or would you like me to present live? Either way is fine.
If you wish, the video is ready, Ama Sagal? Yeah, please, yeah, let's show. And Peter, we can watch the video, and then we'll ask you if you have additional interventions.
Okay, thank you.
To just give you a brief background, the World Academy of Science, I think we all know, is a UNESCO-affiliated institution. They have a branch called Science in Exile, which takes care of researchers, scholars, and also students that are displaced due to conflicts. And IGAD is a member of the steering committee for the Science in Exile, and we represent the region. And this presentation will give us a brief overview of what the Academy is doing and what are at stake for the scholars and scientists in exile, and how we can actually protect science during emergencies. These are actually the background. Peter will give us a detailed presentation. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Peter McGrath, and I'm speaking to you from Trieste in Italy, where the headquarters of UNESCO TWAS, the World Academy of Sciences, is located. Thank you for the invitation to speak today on a project that we've been running here on Science in Exile. It's run in collaboration with IAP. I'm also the coordinator of IAP. It's the Global Network of Science Academies, the Inter-Academy Partnership.
Well, maybe
also
just while we're waiting for the video to start, I can say thank you to the organizers for allowing us to present at this conference. We're very grateful to present what the chair has just described as our Science in Exile initiative.
So, as you're probably well aware, there are some 84 million people worldwide who have been forcibly displaced from their homes.
As you'll see in the opening slide or two that we'll come to in a moment, that the project is really a partnership between three organizations. TWAS is taking the lead, but it also involves IAP, the Inter-Academy Partnership, which is the Global Network of Science Academies, and also ISC, the International Science Council, which again is the global network of scientific unions and other organizations. So it really brings together three global science networks to try and speak on behalf of the refugee and displaced scientists. If there's trouble showing the video, okay, it looks like maybe it's starting now.
Good morning. My name is Peter McGrath, and I'm speaking to you from Trieste in Italy, where the headquarters of UNESCO TWAS, the World Academy. Of Sciences is located. Thank you for the invitation to speak today on a project that we've been running here on Science in Exile. It's run in collaboration with IAP. I'm also the coordinator of IAP. It's the Global Network of Science Academies, the Inter-Academy Partnership, and also ISC, the International Science Council. So let me very quickly share my screen and we can get started with the presentation. So as you're probably well aware, there are some 84 million people worldwide who have been forcibly displaced from their homes. They're refugees, internally displaced persons, economic migrants, whatever. And I understand from the background material from this workshop, this conference, that 14 million of those are in the IGAD region. So whatever cohort of displaced people we're looking at contains a number of scientists. And I use the word science quite broadly here. So we're talking about scientists, researchers, university lecturers, and also medical professionals, engineers, even social scientists, and so on. So these are people with high levels of training. They can make significant contributions to their own society, but also to the societies in whatever country. Establish themselves. So the Science in Exile project is really set up to try and highlight the plight of these people and to assist them in some way of finding new universities, new research centers, new places of work where they can continue their work, continue their learning, continue their teaching and their research so that they don't get lost from the scientific system. We started thinking about this problem back really in 2017 when we had a sort of brainstorming workshop here in Trieste. And the outcome of that was a sort of short 4-page document with a number of recommendations to governments, to policymakers, to international organizations, and so on. And that led to an invitation from SIDA, the Swedish International Development Agency, to submit a proposal that we discussed briefly at a second workshop when we had this group of collaborators, TWAS, IAP and ISC, coming together for the first time. And through that, we eventually got SIDA funding that kicked in 2020, that allowed us to bring in a staff member, a consultant, and to have another brainstorming kick-off workshop. Through 2020, we developed a number of documents, of strategic plans, and we eventually launched earlier this year, in March this year, with task teams set up to also devise how the project would move forward, and a steering committee. The task teams now cover include about 60 people from around the world. And the steering committee is 12 members, some of them acting as individuals, some of them are displaced scientists themselves. We have 7 out of the 12 are women, but it also includes representatives of organizations that are working in this space of refugee and displaced scientists. So we have sort of good buy-in from the organizations that have been helping for quite some years. As I said, we've been able to develop a strategic framework for this project with the mission really to enhance the work and lives of at-risk displaced and refugee scientists globally while helping to preserve their science. And the vision is to have an active international movement which promotes the protection of scientists and their research, leading to better science and contributions to humanity. So we have 4 objectives within the project: to collect, develop and share information and knowledge to inform policy, practice and stakeholders, to raise global awareness and advocate for improved measures to protect and support at-risk displaced and refugee scientists, to strengthen the capacity and coordination mechanisms of stakeholders to deliver better programming and a holistic response, and to develop mechanisms and guidance around the preservation of scientific knowledge, systems and culture. I think you can understand how that might be important in cases of war or civil strife and so on. We have this governance structure, and I think if I start at the bottom, as I mentioned, we have these members that may be individuals or interested organizations. Those are the ones that are feeding the information on their expertise into our 4 task teams. And you can see the different threads that we have there: advocacy and communication, the preservation of science, support and outreach, support for refugee and displaced scientists, and outreach to other organizations to provide this support. And then mapping and research to try and understand the situation, where these people are, what situations they are in, what opportunities are available for them, and so on. And as I mentioned, we have an interim steering committee of experts guiding the project. Among the activities that we've been able to instigate in these last year and a half or so is a 4-part webinar series on the different stages of displacement. So that's the actual initial stage of displacement, when war or civil unrest really erupts and people start fleeing a zone, or a region, for example. The second webinar was on more ongoing situations. So we can think of Yemen or Syria that have been going for maybe 10 years now. And then we looked at support mechanisms like mentorship, and then in the final webinar, sort of rebuilding and how we can engage people to go home and help rebuild their countries once it is safe. We've also produced a 6-episode podcast series. There is a declaration prepared, which we will publicly launch in early 2022. And we're about to launch a website, and there is a monthly newsletter that you can sign up to. Also being launched in these days is a support program for particularly Afghanistani scientists, but anybody who is in need of assistance and to do some short-term work at a university in Pakistan. Watch out for that one, and we'll certainly share the call with IGAD when it's available. We're doing, as I said, mapping and research to find where the opportunities are. That will be part of the website that has been launched. And we've also, in response to the Afghanistan situation, started convening brainstorming meetings with different stakeholders, sharing information to help coordinate a response for the Afghanistan crisis. Just to go a little deeper into some of these activities, the webinar series you see there, I've mentioned the different topics that we covered. These were quite successful. We had 60 to 100 people attending each one. Sorry, backwards. The podcast series, this was really produced by our colleagues, the International Science Council, so 6 displaced scientists are there explaining their situations and their hopes for the future and so on. And then we've done a survey that is now being converted into a database of opportunities that we hope will become a sort of first port of call for people in stressful situations, perhaps thinking of leaving their home country because of the situation they're in, and so on. So the opportunities we hope to collate together on that single database. Essentially that's it. There is an email here for the further information, and if you wish to sign up to our newsletter for the latest updates, I'm happy to answer any questions in the discussion session.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you for this wonderful presentation. This is really very much connected to what we do for education in emergencies and refugees, returnees, and host communities. And this program, the Science in Exile program, is very useful for students, especially at a higher level, researchers, teachers, and scientists that find themselves all of a sudden in difficult circumstances, in difficult settings, like the one Peter mentioned of Afghanistan and many of our own people in different parts of the region. IGAD was very happy to be part of this initiative. I'm a member of the steering committee. The objective is to establish an international advisory body, and the advisory body would definitely come maybe, Peter, towards the end of the year or sometime early next year. But the work that's going on is very important, and Peter, thank you for your leadership, and also the entire team in Trieste and also all over the world representing the different entities, both as individuals and as organizations. Very recent, but the work that is being done is incredibly immense and very encouraging. We are very much interested, and in fact, Peter, you know, you have some of the Afghan refugees hosted in the region, and the region also is, as you said, host for 14.5 to 16 million displaced people. We have very good interest, and we were talking about scholarship opportunities for refugees and displaced people. In this audience, in this house, you have professors from universities, vice chancellors of universities, researchers, and also some of them possibly formerly displaced scholars and experts. So we'll follow up with that. We are taking note of the progress that's been made, and then IGAD will continue to work with the World Academy of Science. This is a very important institution for our region and our countries. Thank you very much. And Your Excellency, the Chair, if you want to say a few words on this before Peter leaves.
Thank you very much indeed. Actually, I don't think I have anything to say except that it's a very interesting presentation, and I enjoyed it very much, particularly the kind of information and the kind of platform it tries to offer to the those who are, as I always call, underprivileged, and particularly those in exile. And I believe this is a very interesting thing. The only thing that I want to know further is, how do you get into them? I mean, what is the mechanism in order to get into those people who are in these displaced areas? And some of them, they could be in a very remote areas, and some of them, they are really very deprived. And I don't know whether there is any mechanism to get into these places and to those who are interested. Given the situation that the internet, the communications, all these kind of things, they are very difficult to get at. Thank you very much indeed.
Peter, for your information, the chair is the vice president of the International University of Africa in Sudan, Khartoum, who is hosting, actually receiving a large number of international students, and is the most important person perhaps to consider maybe for further consultations and discussions. Just for your information.
Okay, thank you. If you will allow me a couple of seconds to respond, I'm happy to do so. I think the first thing that we need to do to reach these people is to continue with the work that we are doing. As I mentioned in the presentation, we're building this hub of information resources. So we hope that scientists, wherever they are, and especially if they start to see conflict arising in their countries, then they can already start thinking of how they might react, how they might respond also with their families, and start thinking about what opportunities are available before it's too late, before the internet is cut, before they're forced to move to remote areas. Once they are in those situations, it becomes obviously more difficult. But within our project, we are in contact with, for example, the UNHCR. So they are starting also to consider the plight of scientists who are arriving in their different refugee camps and so on. And then I think the other important aspect, especially for an organization like IGAD, is to consider within your region which universities can also step up and make places available for people in these situations that are caught out in the conflict. We have a reasonable ecosystem of opportunities in Europe and in the USA, for example. But of course, that potentially leads to brain drain, and it's more difficult for people to go back home when it's safe to do so, once they get established in Europe or elsewhere. If they're established in neighboring countries, in the regions, staying in East Africa with support from the East African science system, then of course those brains are not lost to the region, and it's much more likely they'll be able to go home afterwards. So I would encourage universities like the international one in Khartoum that you mentioned, and others in the region, to consider how they might provide a fellowship, scholarship, temporary opportunities for those that are in need of a home for 6 months, 1 year, 2, 3 years, whatever it might be.
Thank you, Peter. I think this is very important. We'll continue the conversation and also the partnership, scholarship, and creating an enabling environment for scientists in displacement, and also the role of the various partners like IGAD, UNHCR, universities, and ministries of education. So I think this is a very important presentation. We thank you very much for your time, and then this is a new dimension that we are bringing as IGAD to the region on scientists in exile, science in exile, in addition to dealing with the large segment of the population that is affected by displacement, schools closed, and students interrupted from their studies. We'll continue, Peter. Thank you very much, and we appreciate for your presentation and your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to present. Thank you. Goodbye.
Honorable Chair, I think we can resume the presentation from Uganda. Sorry, I interrupted you. Okay.
Thank you. We'll pick it up from the Uganda country experience, and the presenter is Madame Annette. Madame Annette is the Assistant Commissioner for Pre-Primary, Primary, and Secondary Teacher Education. She also doubles as the Project Advisory Committee Chairperson for this project in Uganda, and she has been part of this process from day one, and we are excited that she is able to make the presentation on the experiences from Uganda. Madam, you're welcome.
Thank you. Like my colleagues have said, a little bit back, that picture is showing us a team of facilitators that had gone through the training, and the front line, they are ministry officials that have been participating in the training. Next. I would like to skip that because most of my colleagues have already talked about them. That was the approach that was done in the 3 countries. Yeah, out of the 4 rounds of teacher trainings, we have already done the 3 as a country, and what is remaining now is ICT. Like my colleagues have already talked in the previous slides, we had 4 very important modules that were developed. It has been very, 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 very important to our teachers in the country, and especially, as you all know, the ones that are catering for these people in the camps. First of all, we have mothers, and these mothers have produced children, and some of these children are in the schools, and they have a number of issues they're passing through of being hated, first of all hated by their own parents, and they're in school, they're being supported by the teachers who must have the skills of making sure that they cater for them to bring back their hope. First of all, the mother produced me through rape. And the mother, he herself hates me. And I'm now in school in front of a teacher who may also having the same feeling, maybe was raped, produced a child. So whoever he sees is bringing all this. So the 4 trainings that we have passed through, we are making sure that the teachers are put in a place that they are able to handle these children so that they have hope, like we have all had. Being a refugee does not mean that is the end of life. And I'm happy that the representatives that we have here are trying to show us that in some of the countries where they have been given hope. And so the 3 rounds that we have passed through have been focusing at a number of things that can make the teacher bring back hope. We also thought that ICT is very critical because much as COVID has brought a lot of bad things, one of the things that has brought to the world is to make sure that people have identified the gaps that are within us, and most especially teachers, because as you all know, teachers are the production of all professions. Now, if you don't have ICT knowledge, there is a number of things that you will miss as a teacher. Ministry of Education response plan, and project advisory committee are some of the people that have been working together in the implementation. We have also had a good collaboration between the different stakeholders, among which include the schools and their teachers. Relationships between schools from various communities has been built, and this is we have discovered that it's very critical because the school doesn't live in isolation. We have district officials where these communities are hosted. We also have parents, and we also have host teachers. So we have discovered that this relationship is very critical as you bring back hope to these people who have left their countries, as we have just seen in the previous presentation, and knowing they didn't want to be where they are. Next. More enlightenment of psychosocial management, life skills, to support both teachers and learners in the refugee schools and host communities has also been achieved. We have a lot of good stories from the teachers and from the learners, from the development partners that we have worked with, who have attended these trainings. They have a lot of testimonies that you can share with us, and even you will have them in our reports. Teachers' resilience has been enhanced under conditions of emergencies in education setting. You can see the picture, that's the picture of one of the centers where we have had the trainings. Let's go. We have the pictures that you are seeing are in the training centers in 2 places. As we told you, we have 2 places that we are hosting in the training. We have one in Western and another one in Northern, because we thought that these are the nearest to where the communities that we are focusing are. A major challenge that Uganda has faced, or that we see ahead, significant training content to be covered in a short time. There is a lot. Sometimes we stop the activities that have been planned by the participants and the trainees because the time is not enough, because what we have at hand to cover is too much than the time that is at hand. It is still difficult to know whether the teachers will still remember what they have, because as you know, in Uganda, for the last 2 years we have been closed. Someone was jokingly in front saying that we say education can't wait, but in Uganda it has been waiting for 2 years. So we even don't know whether these teachers will still have to remember what we have trained, because as we continue to train, the schools continue to be closed. But we hope for the best. Rolling out other teachers in the same schools. We have 54 secondary schools in these communities, but we are just currently handling training for the 20 schools. And even in the 20 schools, we are only focusing as 3 teachers per school. This means it's a big challenge because even the 3 might not be able to scale up in the whole school, leave alone in the whole community where we have all these many schools. Ongoing support for teachers after the training is also something that we are worried that we may not have support because we need to support them. What they have forgotten, what they may not have got from the training needs to be supported at the center, which might not be possible if there is no support. Applying the learning after the schools have been open also may be difficult, as we said. Let's go next. Potential challenges going on still. We are also thinking that the project requires some level of availability of equipment. We are going to train them in use of ICT. But most of these schools do not have the equipment to use. So even when we train them here, you all know ICT is like language. If you take long without practicing, the next time you will not have any teacher that will be able to use. Disparities in infrastructure with schools which leaves some schools at an advantage and others disadvantage. It also affects the training that we are doing now, because if the infrastructure cannot support what we are training now, then it also worries us. A comprehensive monitoring and evaluation could be difficult as it requires individuals that understand the aims of the training content. Now, if you have only 3 teachers on a school and you want the staff of 25 to do what the 3 teachers did, if there was no scaling up of this content, then our efforts might be rendered not useful. More time and planning is needed to involve other host community stakeholders so that they are able to support our efforts during the training. What have we learned through this? We didn't know that engaging the partners in actual training would be so effective, but now we know because we have had testimonies of the partners that we have worked with during this training. Engaging the head teachers in the training has potentially increased the capacity of support to teachers' professional development. Now, if you have teachers trained without involving the head teachers, you are rest assured that some of them may not be able to support the teachers. But because they have been involved in the training, so we think now this will help the teachers to continue. Test runs have been vital steps for each of the modules because they made the facilitators develop confidence and they are ready to carry out the training. Initial training materials that was shared by national teacher colleges created a good foundation for materials that they developed later on to use in this training, because we already had the materials that were at the national teachers colleges, looking at the assessment that was, the assessment report that was brought out, and the other materials that were developed at the regional level. It helped to have confidence in the training, and also a number of areas of support were included because we knew what is happening in Dakar, we knew what is at the regional, so this helped a lot. Initial training, qualities of training is has been very enhanced by the relationship and the rapport between the stakeholders that were involved in this training. Next. Ministry of Education and Education Rapid Response Plan Secretary will come scale up of training of other secondary schools, not only in the camp, but in the whole country, because the 4 modules are now relevant to every country, to every teacher in the country. As you know, we have people who are frustrated, they lost their relatives, some lost their business. Some have lost the classes, the childhood will be in the university is not there. So we have a whole group that needs psychosocial. We have a whole group that needs improved strategies in pedagogy. So when we look at life skills, we discover that people, when they sat alone at home, they didn't know what to do. Meaning life skills also is an aspect that is very important to the teacher now, so that if there is any other problem, you have what you can use around you to earn a living. ICT, you all agree that last year conferences were going on, but we were not here like this. What were we using? Technology. And therefore, all the 4 modules now is something that we are looking forward that if there was support, it is scaled up to the whole country. Head teachers are important for providing continued support to teachers and also retaining knowledge base within the schools. They play a lot. If a head of an institution is not very creative, an institution can get a lot of problem because they say the head is the one who leads. And for us, we believe in our country that a head teacher is the best teacher on the staff. Now, if the head teacher is the best teacher on the staff, he should be well equipped to be able to support his staff. So this training also is something that we may need that will help us as in a way of sustainability in staff development and skills development in an institution. Pattern engagement opened has brought in good ideas for future consideration in efforts of gaining continued effective support for improved education. We also think that materials from the training can be incorporated in the curriculum content for teacher training. And these aspects are very good for sustainability of support to our refugees in the camps. Thank you very much, and I submit.
I have the signal from the chair that he has delegated this chair to me. Thank you, Excellency, for that. Thank you, presenters. I want to give the floor to the podium to Moses to just wind up all the presentations in 1 minute or 2 so that we open the floor for discussion. Thank you, Moses. You have the floor.
Thank you. I'm just going to tie it up with the way forward and some of the lessons we have learned and some recommendations as next steps. I think from the experience of the 8 months of the implementation, we have come to an agreement that the gaps and the needs across the 3 countries were very evident, as it was demonstrated by the training needs assessment. We also confirmed that the regional collaboration and cooperation increased the quality and efficiency of what we did. The engagement through the teacher training colleges in the 3 countries were very significant. We are glad that we have a regional training approach, regional training module, which we have been able to do through this training. Again, we cannot go without mentioning the support from the Ministry of Education and the teacher training colleges across the 3 member states. And we have been able to train over and above our targets of 306 of the teachers we had intended to train. As it has been echoed, we again need a lot of time to work on these materials because the content are heavy, the material which needs to be delivered are compact, and therefore we will need a lot of time to do this together with the NTCs and the teacher training colleges. Yes, the facilitating the deep learning and assimilation of concept relates to the PAC curriculum. We thought this is something which needs time for the colleagues at the training colleges to be able to absorb and take it up, and monitoring the results at school level is something which we are looking ahead into as one of the key issues to tackle. In terms of the lessons for future intervention, as the previous speakers have talked about, involving partners in all aspects of this project is very critical. We are able and lucky to have
upset. Is this a bit of intolerance, or is this how political situations are always happening on the campaign trail? If you look at the campaign trail that the deputy president has had, he has traversed many counties. Just the other week when he was in Meru, then he went to Embu, and immediately after that, I think he went to another county, and after.
Thank you. The involvement of key partners. We are lucky to have the UN Agency for Refugee supporting the assessment in all the 3 countries, the offices of the Prime Minister that takes note and care of refugee response were very critical. So in all through the processes, they were part of us, they were part of the activity that we undertook, and we think this is something which is very critical that we need to consolidate moving forward. Again, the test runs were very significant for giving the trainers at the National Teacher Training Colleges the opportunity to be able to contextualize the material, engage and interact with the materials, and be able to build confidence as they teach and facilitate the training. And school management committee, I think we have been able to understand that the needs exist, and these needs goes deeper into the old school management aspects, and therefore that's what we want to focus on. As a way forward, we are looking into next year to be able to undertake some of the learnings and evaluation to see how far and how much we have been able to achieve, and also be able to talk about regional sharing of experiences with countries, and also to facilitate learning. And one of the issues which we need to talk about in detail is about the integration of the education in the refugee plans and framework in the 3 countries. And we want to open the conversation on expansion and continuation, and still be able to continue focusing heavily on the aspects of gender equity, because we have realized this is one of the key ingredients which we need to be very systematic about and very focused in terms of talking about them. So since yesterday and today, we are glad to come to the end of our presentation, and I think we are excited to be able to receive comments or feedback or any questions for clarification. I also want to introduce our senior colleague, Johannes, who is in the room, so we'll be able to respond to some of the issues that might come up. We are glad you have been able to listen effectively. Thank you.
Again, thank you for giving me the opportunity, Chair, to assist. Thank you, Moses. Thank you, Kafialo. Thank you, Ayman. Thank you, Annette. Thank you all the team behind, Johannes, Deborah. There was a very good colleague who was leading this process. She was supposed to join us. Unfortunately, I think after she made all the preparations, she was not feeling well. She's following us from distance, and she's ably represented by all those that are here. But we give credit to her for leading this process to such a fruition within a very short period of time. And we have here from the consulting firm, Johannes, and there is another colleague also, Stefanos, who are attending, who is attending from distance as well. It was really a piece of luck that we came across a very well organized and very conversant, internationally renowned consulting firm. You know, sometimes you can give contracts and then some of these activities would spill into the dust. Unfortunately, some of them are not serious. So we have a very serious and highly committed international organization. We were also very much lucky to have the member states buy-in, who were really very ready from day one, once we had the national consultations, supporting this process to make it very successful. The team is incredible. Johan Cafello, Musa, there is another colleague who should have joined us, but he's also not well. I hope he's improving and is watching from distance also. You know, this is a very, really lucky piece of work that brought all the very strong people together, and then we are here. We want to hear your reflections. I would like to give the floor first to His Excellency, the State Minister from Ethiopia, Dr. Samuel Kifle, and then a reflection from the university professors, Professor Abdi, and then briefly also Professor Balai, and then, you know, we have to be challenged by the professors. We have Professor Deng from South Sudan, and then Professor Omar. Just briefly, and then we'll open it for discussion with, in fact, an overall reflection from Professor Hunud with the chair, and also Vice Chancellor of International University of Africa. So just so quickly, we want to hear your take on the teacher training program of IGAD, a very novel initiative that takes IGAD to the people. I think that's very important. We are going down to the people by taking the training to teachers. We believe that when we reach one teacher, we are reaching 500 students minimum, and then that means IGAD is just down there among students, families, and communities. And then the skills that we build could contribute to the improvement of quality of education in all places. But the need is great. We want to hear from you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very good morning to all of you, brothers and sisters here and attending this meeting virtually. On the outset, I would like to commend GIZ for the support that it has committed itself to support this initiative of teachers training, and also I would commend IGAD and member states to seriously take this matter of teachers training for the ultimate goal we want to see in education of refugees, returnees, and host community. As a former teacher and now in charge of the ministry, the issue of teacher training is very critical and crucial in the process of education. And add to that the matter of a refugee and returnee, whose case is a little bit different and whose case has to be understood a little bit differently, mounts pressure on the teacher. So preparing a teacher for such a unique assignment, for such a unique project is quite critical. This will help us in multiple phases. That's number one. The issue of inclusion requires a certain pedagogical preparation and a knowledge preparation, and also the means of communication, the language per se, is very important. In terms of the pedagogy that we should follow for a student that comes from his own home country, quote unquote, and from his family, from his neighborhood, is quite different from the methodology and pedagogy we have to follow for a refugee or a returnee who lives and survives in a very unique situation, in a very different situation. So the training for the teachers that we have seen as a framework and methodology that we're following at IGAD, and the country experiences we have heard from the three member states, is very enriching. But we have to be mindful of the following few pointers. Number one, we have started with 3 member states out of how many member states we have here. And I'm simply saying that there is a massive pressure on us to scale it up and to reach all the member states and to scale up the 306 that we've reached to maybe 10 or 20-fold of what we expect. Second, we have targeted, I think, the secondary schools. Yes? And from the statistics that we've been hearing the past 3 days, tells us that a good bunch of students are at the primary school. So it's good to aim those who are near to leave the schools and who are near to join an industry through trainings, and who are being challenged on a number of lines as a refugee and a returnee. It's equally important that we consider teachers teaching at a primary school. I know this is a pilot phase, this is an initial phase, we have to scale it up, but we have to scale it up fast and much broader than the scale we are doing it now. Second, teaching as a profession is a profession that we all want to stay in, but stay out because of the economic pressure. And in Ethiopia, we have, in those golden days of a teacher profession, and a best brother-in-law is a teacher. But now, an unwanted brother-in-law is becoming a teacher. This is not due to the fact that teaching as a profession has changed, has been transformed. Rather, the economic pressure has been too difficult to bear and stay as a teacher. So we have to have some means of rewarding these best teachers that we're identifying to teach the refugees and returnees school. And we have to make sure that we don't miss those who have been trained. I have heard in the presentation, I think in Ethiopia's case, 2 or 3 of them have already been lost. This could also be the case in Uganda or in Sudan. I'm not saying that we can pay like the fund managers or the investment bankers to a teacher because of scale and because of the profession itself. This is a profession that we do it for a personal cause, not just for the issue that it pays enough or better in compared to other professions. So it's not just the key that we have the best teachers selected, the best methodology followed. We have to make sure that we keep retaining the teachers in the system. This brings me to the issue that the tailor-made training is a very commendable approach, and is helpful not only for schools which are hosting returnees and refugees, it's also very helpful for the rest of the teachers. In our case, in Ethiopian case, we have close to 700,000 teachers at all levels. We are training very few among this, but the methodology we have followed, the materials we have followed, the approach we have used could also help us recheck how we should prepare our teachers for the rest of the students, and I mean for the rest of the schools where we don't have refugees and returnees. So that would be a mutual benefit for an existing system and the system that has to harbor the refugees and returnees and consider inclusive education. The issue of inclusive has to always remain as the heart of what we do in teachers training and methodology we have to follow, the instruction methodologies that we have to use and materials that we have to prepare. I'm very much delighted that we start with nationally existing modules, train the teachers, practice, train, practice, and train, practice. That would improve how we should approach our students and how we have to implement a certain module for a target refugee and returning. With this, I come to my final point. Whatever investment, whatever thing we discuss in this room or in the board room or in the executive room, without considering the teachers seriously, not only the programs of these declarations fail, the quality would also be eventually challenged. We should bring the teachers on board. It's very good that we have followed a participatory approach, but more and more involvement of the teachers is still required. Ultimately, we want refugees and returnees to access quality education, to be not a burden, rather a blessing to the host community where they are hosted. Thank you very much.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for these reflections. They are very useful recommendations and takeaway package we are taking note of, and they will help us in shaping the next program, the next agenda in consultation with our member states. I give the floor to Professor Abdi, and then to Professor Deng and Omar. So,
thank you, Chairman, for giving this opportunity. First of all, I want to appreciate and thanks the group conducted this research work. I think this is an icebreaker for long overdue work that is facing the region with regard to teacher training and supporting teachers. Excuse me. So you did good work through this initiative of teacher training. Also, the points that I want to raise has been raised by the State Minister. In addition to that, I want to underline this initiative to continue, and this initiative to have an owner. In my opinion, the owner should be the teacher training institutions to continue this initiative to the fruition. What I say this is, this institute, if supported by different resources and the methodology, they can scale up what is started here. I think as a pilot, this is enough as a pilot. But we have to see the long term of this initiative and should cover all, the countries, member countries. But my fear is that if we teach, give training to the best teachers, they might not stay. So we have to also search a sort of supporting teachers. As I yesterday cited a research, nationwide research in Ethiopia that has been conducted by my Institute of Research, Educational Research. Teachers like their profession than anybody else. They want to stay for long lifetime. But the problem they face is huge. They have to live as a person, as a father, and they have got a responsibility. We have to see that. And other professions are snatching the best teachers that we train. Perhaps in my country, the best people who are working in highly paid work was trained as a teacher or as directors, but they are not there. So we have to search, a solution for that. And I appreciate the IGAD and its partner, GTZ and others for undertaking this. So what should be done? My question is that what should be done to continue this? I have already indicated some points, and how to retain teachers, whether they are taking this training or whether they are not trained anyway by this. But actually they are teachers and they are trained and they are qualified in our, member states. There is a qualification process and the people has to pass that to get the opportunity to teach. So how should we retain this? And how should...
Thank you very much. I think...
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, these are very important issues. We'll take take note of. I'll give the floor to Professor Deng, Robert Deng. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, special thanks to GTZ for the support and the IGAD. Secondly, I think of those who gave the presentations, it was all excellent. But I think the lucky ones are those from Ethiopia because His Excellency, the Minister, is here. So whatever decisions we take from here, he can go and submit it to the Cabinet, and the Cabinet can take some steps. Unlike in the case of Sudan and Uganda, where only representatives are here. But I wish the ministers were here to listen to what is being said here. The other thing is the picking of the people who should be trained. I think people should be very, very serious about the type of people which they pick to be trained so that they can be able to train. Instead of the IGAD continuing the training, you should train so that this trainee or those who have been trained should be the trainers of the next group. So I think that is important. Now, I seem to have heard yesterday that the training is only for 10 days. I think if they have got a lot of material to give to the trainees in 10 days, I think it's too short, and it should be a bit longer than that. The other point is the issue of the ICT. The ICT, if you have no materials, as mentioned by Anita earlier, then there's no point of actually wasting your time. Because for somebody to really benefit from ICT, you must have computers there and all the relevant materials which you need. So these are the few things which I can say. Otherwise, it was excellent. And you should only not stop with the 3 countries. The last speaker was talking about the integration in the 3 countries. Like His Excellency was saying before, where are the rest? Don't leave them behind, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think that's what we will discuss. We'll tell you where we want to go from here. Professor Omar, yeah, you are there. Yeah, just please.
Yeah, thanks very much, moderator. And I also want to re-echo the precurrent speakers by appreciating the presenters. You know, these have been quite insightful and informative presentations. You are giving us the understanding and appreciation of the country experiences, especially as we tackle the teacher training to address the emerging needs and the emerging concerns about the refugees and migrant communities. Just about 3 or 4 points quickly to emphasize. One is the need to follow up with the training needs assessment, because that's where you begin, and that's important. And the training needs assessment that has some kind of a blend, from a regional approach. Because as emphasized by the presenters, a regional approach to teacher training is very, very, very crucial. For the reason that you find disparities within the same country, even within the same country, but also you find the disparities, that there are disparate efforts which are important, but then you need to build intervention systems that create harmonization for quality, for purposes of having quality and also standardization. So I think this dialogue is quite important, but just to re-echo the point, my senior here, Professor DVC from Juba University, we need to follow up this at the policy level with the Council of Ministers, and if one of the recommendations from here would really feed into that level of policy and at regional level, that would be very, very important. Of course, we talked about the national qualification framework. I'm not digressing, but then we'll also need to have a conversation between the member states at that high level to establish and also enact the framework, which is not necessarily to create a standard, but I mean to create a one-size-fits-all, but to create a minimum standard, because that is also important in training. And lastly, the issue of incentivizing the teaching profession. And that's important. You can train and train, build infrastructure, first-class training institutes, you lay out the curriculum, you recruit the people, but the moment you cannot address human resource retention, then everything will be blown up in smoke. So the issue of retention, just like we have prioritized the salary pays in our countries for health workers, because of COVID-19, all the priority has been around health workers. And then at some point it was about judicial officers, and many others. So the teachers should now receive the front row in consideration. Very, very finally, I want to see, Mr. Chairman, a research, a comprehensive study, probably the universities could come in or other partners, a comprehensive study on the COVID-19 impact, overarching impact on the, education of refugees and migrant communities. I mean, these presentations, experiences from the different member states are very, very good, but they can give good indicators, but a comprehensive study would still be important and can create more sustainable interventions, even for future pandemics. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. I think very valid points. We will reflect on some of them. Prof. Balai, yes, I'm coming to you before I give the floor to the chair. And briefly, please, yes, just so we save time for the other presentations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought you are going to skip me. That's why I.
If I promised, I wouldn't.
Yeah. I have to express gratitude to IGAD initiative, as well as support from GIZ with respect to this teacher education project. I have to also appreciate the presenters who gave a very comprehensive presentation of the issue. I really feel that I'm already part of the program. I want to be a bit critical about these issues so that we actually learn for a better move in the future. One is with respect to, it's very well appreciated that teacher education is critical in improving students' learning outcome. That is already established. But whatever we do in education, the ultimate purpose is actually to improve students' learning outcome. There are three important actors that need to be brought on board for improving students' learning outcome. One is the teacher training, which is in a very good condition. But another important actor is actually the leader, educational leaders. experience that transpired from Uganda, my sister was presenting, that including head teachers has supported implementation of the program nicely. So I think instead of training 100 teachers, it's also good to include some head teachers in the training process so that they may facilitate the implementation of this refugee and returnee education. So we shouldn't forget the training of educational leaders. And second, the third important actors are actually student support providers. We call them school counselors, social workers, special educators, what have you. See, some students in schools have serious kind of psychosocial problems. They need therapeutic intervention. Psychosocial education that we include in the teacher education program, it's actually more preventive. But with that preventive support, we may not, in some cases, handle serious problems. So it's good that we include school counselors in the process of education. That is what happens in the regular classrooms. If we have school counselors in the regular classrooms, why not in these situations? Because there is more need in the refugee education. So I think we need to think about that. With respect to needs assessment, by the way, it is the way this teacher education program is handled, it is highly professional, and I appreciate that. You began with the needs assessment, identified gaps, designed programs that help addressing these gaps. But my little reservation is, you conduct needs assessment, you don't directly go to developing modules. You have to design the curriculum. The curriculum is the roadmap as to what to include, the objectives, the contents, the methodologies, the assessment strategies. You first develop the roadmap. And then this roadmap helps you to develop different kinds of modules for the training. So perhaps for the next move, I think we need to think that way. With respect to some of the modules, the psychosocial module, for instance, there was, I think, a section on psychosocial education, focusing on addressing stress of the students. I was wondering if stress is a problem for refugee students. Stress is a common psychological problem even among us.
Prof, we will have, inshallah, next year, early next year, we have a technical meeting of all relevant stakeholders and experts on this program per se, on teacher training. We will bring ministries of education, professors, and then the providers that we have. So please, let's wind up this session, and then we take note of the points that you mentioned, but let's be brief. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, just a minute or so. The pilot program has shown a 90% success rate, and this is highly appreciated. But I'm wondering about, I have little concern about the design. Do you have a control group design? See, it's natural that people may grow across time, unless you have some control mechanism to compare the intervention with a non-intervention group. There is in intervention research what we call Hawthorne effect. The fact that individuals are given special treatment makes them to behave in a special way. So the changes that are observed, that 90%, may be due to some other factors rather than the intervention. We need to have a mechanism to indicate that the results observed are genuinely because of the intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I think these are very useful inputs to the discussion. The team has taken note of, and we will continue to have. There is a request from Ethiopia before I proceed with Professor. Yes, Dr. Eba.
Thank you very much. I wanted to raise 2 or 3 points regarding the teacher training. The first issue is about training teachers in resource constrained situation or environment. For example, these teachers teach in a very critical situation, and therefore they have to be trained, in my opinion, on how to treat, how to teach students where there are resource-constrained situations. That is one issue which I want to add. And the other important thing is, what about training of educators? Training of educators, those who teach these teachers. There has to be also a package for these teachers as well. If they are properly trained, I'm sure they also properly train these teachers. The other issue which I want to add is there has to be also continuous professional development strategies for teachers, for leaders, as mentioned by others too, because if directors are not well trained, for example, how do they control these teachers? How do they support these teachers? In the training of teachers, continuous professional developments, there is a need also for the assignment of mentors for these teachers to get support regularly on a regular basis and to continue the improvement of their profession. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Reba. We have taken note of Prof. Daud, you have the floor from.
Sorry, I won't be. I will be very quick. Just to scale up, if it's a food for thought. Here at every member state level, we have huge educative televisions that could be used to scale up this kind of program, and I know Ethiopia has one of its strong educative programs. Djibouti has a radio and televisions entirely devoted to that. So could we use that means and consider? The other point is I'm coming from the peace and security divisions. We are dealing with issue of structural violence affecting these people who are in a displacement or who were affected by violence at various levels. So let us be really very, very focused on that dimension, because the persons who was talking from Trieste was speaking about in bringing or using experts from war-torn countries. So when we are already in a conflict-ridden settlements. So let's first and foremost consider the brain we have within the regions if we don't want to really fuel a conflict by other conflict. Because I know that that's always, we're in a conflict also dynamics always. It's just a food for thought, and I stop there. Thank you, Professor.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you. It's only time, but if the House insists, I would have to be generous. Yes, before Professor, Kenya, Uganda. Thank you, Uganda. I think they are taken note of. Professor, now I don't see other hands, and I don't want to give also. Professor, you have the floor, because you know I was blamed yesterday for delaying the coffee.
Not to delay the coffee from my side, I want to mention something very, very brief on the process and mechanism of teacher selections. One of the problems which I encounter, I myself, I'm a graduate of Institute of Training College, so by profession I'm an elementary school teacher. So I know the kind of problems that is involved, very much so. But then when we come to this issue, why I'm talking about the criteria for selection of these teachers for training is that some of the teachers, they come just simply because they want a job for the moment. They want to have a salary at the end of the month, and that's that. It's not because they are interested in teaching, because the teaching profession, all of us we know, is the most noble, and I believe education starts with the teacher, actually. So if you have a good teacher, a dedicated teacher who takes the profession very seriously and believes that he's going to deliver the best, that could be really very, very good. So if the system or whoever is selecting the teachers for training, if they are not careful enough and they bring those who just want a salary at the end of the month, they will lose some very important time and money, and then also lose whoever was desired in order to be trained. For some of them, they come just temporary. So it's really very important for me that the selection criteria should be looked into it quite closely, and to train those who really want to take the profession for the future, for their future job. Thank you very much indeed. So it's back to you, whatever you want to announce.
Thank you, Prof. I think I'd give the floor to the team. Sudan, you want to come in after Sudan has spoken? Okay.
طيب بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. عاصم حسن التعليم العالي السودان. نحن في السودان أدي مقدمة شوية. كان عندنا نظام التعليم قبل عام 1990 سنتين قبل التعليم المدرسي و3 سنوات أو 6 سنوات تعليم ابتدائي و3 سنوات تعليم المتوسط و3 سنوات تعليم العالي. في سنة 1990 تم تغيير السيستم التعليمي لسنتين التعليم قبل المدرسي، 8 سنوات للتعليم الابتدائي ثم التعليم الأساس و3 سنوات للتعليم الثانوي. الآن في عام 2015 رجعت الدولة للنظام القديم قبل عام 1990 إلى سنتين في التعليم قبل المدرسي، 6 سنوات للتعليم الابتدائي، 3 سنوات للتعليم المتوسط، 3 سنوات للتعليم الثانوي. الآن نحن عندنا نظامين بيعمل فيه السودان، نظام للسنة الثامنة تعليم الأساس ينتهي في هذا العام، ونظام آخر تعليم القديم 2-6-3-3 الآن هم في السنة الثانية. جاء النظام بتاع المدرسة المتوسطة اللي هي intermediate year تجسيري 3 سنوات. هذا النظام كان في السابق عنده نظام تدريبي خاص للمعلمين، والآن جاء هذا النظام والمعلمين طبعا ل 30 سنة من عمر الحكومة السابقة انتهى دور هؤلاء المعلمين وكلهم نزلوا المعاش، بالتالي الدولة في حاجة إلى تدريب دفعات جديدة لمرحلة كبيرة جدا هي المرحلة المتوسطة التي ينتقل إليها جميع طلاب التعليم الابتدائي. هذه المرحلة أو هذه العملية تتطلب جهود كبيرة من حكومة السودان، وطبعا حكومة السودان تحتاج إلى دعم من هذه المنظمات، خاصة منظمة الإيجاد والمنظمة الأفريقية وكل المنظمات العاملة العالمية والNGOs في هذا المجال. نحن بنشوف أنه التعليم أو التدريب لأساتذة الطلاب المتوسطة في المدارس الحكومية للمواطنين العاديين أو لطلاب النازحين أو الطلاب اللاجئين ضرورة قصوى تقتضيها المرحلة الانتقالية، وذلك لدعم جهود الحكومة الانتقالية ودعم جهود ثورة ديسمبر المجيدة في تحقيق أهدافها وغاياتها للنهوض بالشعب السوداني. ولكم الشكر أجزله.
Thank you, Sudan. Thank you for that. I didn't know there was a Arabic translation. I was just asking Ayman to give us an overview, but the translation was there. We are very happy. Thank you. I didn't catch almost all your interventions, but Ayman can tell us. But I think, can you just highlight in 2-3 points what is said, and then we proceed.
Yeah, sure. Sorry for the inconvenience. Actually, Dr. Hassan is just giving a background about the education system and how since the 1990 when they changed the system from 12 years to 11 years, and then now after 2015 they decided into moving back to the 633 system, 12 years of schooling. And now the commitment of the transitional government is to move and implement this new structure. And according to us, and this is required a lot of resources, and the government alone, it's very hard for them to accommodate. So the request is for IGAD and other partners is to lobby and to mobilize resources to support this transitional education system. Yes. Yep.
Thank you, Dr. Hassan, for the highlight. We will continue the conversation in terms of identifying the needs for the different member states and what IGAD can do and what its member states can do, its partners can do. I would like to propose, Prof, the slight change on the program. We go for coffee now. We come exactly, what time is it? We come at, we grab our coffee and come back and then have the, we would reschedule the presentation by Yulia after the presentations by UNESCO. They are online and then they may not have flexibility. So we will listen to the presentations after coffee by UNESCO Qualifications Passport by Mr. Andreas Snedal, and then another presentation, a very important one for which we all are waiting for, a presentation of the roadmap on IGAD Regional Qualifications Framework. I hope we'll finish that before lunch, and then we will have the presentation by Yulia on increasing accessibility of the Djibouti Declaration after lunch. With that, I think we can break now, grab our coffee and come back and then continue with the other presentation. 10 minutes, you are saying 10 minutes, I would say 5 minutes, but let's make it 10. Thank you. So 10 minutes for coffee, we come back exactly 10 minutes after.
Let us start our session by this UNESCO qualifications passport. So, what is the gentleman? Is it online or?
Yeah, it's online. It's,
okay. So
thank you, Prof. This is an online presentation. I think the presenter is ready from the other end. Sagal, can you advise on the next step?
Yes, so we have a presentation by Andres Snedel. We should have him online. Ahmed, please present on the projector.
Hello. Good morning, and thank you for the introduction. My name is Andreas Snildam. I'm from UNESCO. I'm very sorry about not being able to join you in person in Djibouti this week. Unfortunately, new travel restrictions made it impossible for me to travel from Paris this week. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, I will start this presentation by inviting you to reflect for a short moment over the following question. What would you do if you had to start your life all over again in a foreign country without your school papers, without any certificates or diplomas proving that you had finished upper secondary school or graduated from university? Take a short second to think about that question. I think the answer for most of us is that we would need to start all over again from scratch. Get back to the school bench, study, pass exams, if we were lucky enough to get the chance to study. Most of us would probably try to find some kind of work, even if it didn't match with our qualifications. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the reality for many refugees, migrants and returnees today. Access to higher education is for most refugees illusory, with only about 5% of the world's refugees having access today. Lack of recognition of qualifications and prior learning has been acknowledged as a major obstacle, not only for refugees accessing higher education, but also for them finding relevant jobs that corresponds to their qualifications. The problem is that many highly qualified refugees will be rejected when applying for recognition or admission to university, even when they have the legal right to access higher education in their host countries. The reasons for this are many. Often refugees are forced to flee from their home in a hurry and do not bring with them their educational papers. Or they lose their diplomas on their way, or in some cases we also know that documents are confiscated when crossing borders. And even for those who do possess their diplomas, recognition can be difficult because of problems with verifying the authenticity of the diploma. Diplomas issued in conflict zones are usually the object of extra scrutiny in receiving countries. Not only will the status and accreditation of universities situated in conflict zones be questioned, there is usually also a surge in diploma fraud in such situations. This means that some countries do not recognize any qualifications from certain countries. I can mention one example. Many European countries do not accept diplomas from Yemen because of the high risk of fraud. They do not accept any diploma from these countries. Of course, this has very serious consequences for those who actually have authentic qualifications from these countries. So to sum it up, lack of recognition of diplomas or issues with verification is a major obstacle for refugees accessing higher education. And traditional document-based recognition procedures are proven to be insufficient for evaluating qualifications of refugees, whether it's for admission purposes or for work reasons. So this is the reason why UNESCO has addressed this issue in the new global Convention on Mutual Recognition of Qualifications, which was adopted in 2019, and in the 5 regional recognition conventions on the recognition of higher education qualifications, including the Africa region and this convention adopted in 2014. So while these conventions are about recognition of diplomas in general, they also include a commitment to develop recognition procedures that take into account the situation of refugees, even for cases when documentation of educational qualifications is lacking. And I'm very happy that this meeting is taking place in Djibouti, since Djibouti was one of the first countries to ratify the Addis Convention back in 2018, and I hope more IGAD countries will follow soon. Now, to assist countries in implementing this very complex issue of recognized qualifications for which there are little or no evidence, UNESCO has launched the UNESCO Qualification Passports for refugees and vulnerable migrants, which provides a methodology and a portable format for the assessment of qualifications in cases where documentary evidence is lacking or the verification of diplomas is difficult. Next slide, please. The objective of the qualifications passport is not to show in every detail the skills and qualifications of a refugee or to align it to a qualifications framework or similar. The objective is simply to describe a person's highest achieved qualification, either at upper secondary level or at tertiary level, as well as some basic information on skills and language skills and work experience. And you see an example of a template of the qualification passport now here on the screen. So it's very simple. The document also includes an explanatory part stating what the qualification passport is and what it is not, as well as a page with the logos of the project partners. And as you can see, this is a quite simple format, and the point here is not to provide as much information as possible, not to go into detail, but to provide quality and a reliable information where there is little or no documentary evidence of formal qualification. And this is achieved through evaluation methodology, which was originally developed in the European context by the Norwegian Agency for Quality Assurance in Education, NOKUT, and implemented in a number of European countries in the framework of the European Qualification Passport for refugees. And this methodology consists of 4 steps. First, after having identified eligible candidates, the candidates complete a standardized questionnaire inquiring about their educational background, and they also attach all available documentation that they have, if they have anything at all. And this can be really anything: a photocopy of a diploma or a transcript, an old student card, maybe a mobile photo of exam results, anything. Whatever it is, it will be helpful for the credential evaluators who will analyze the questionnaire to check whether the information provided here is correct or not. And then these credential evaluators will then select candidates for a structured interview to substantiate the claims of these qualifications. It's important to underline that the evaluators are not asking about the academic content of a qualification, but about all the systemic information surrounding qualification. For instance, they will ask about the duration of courses, the workload and credits, teaching and examination forms, or questions about the physical paper diploma, or about the issuing institution, the university. And for those candidates where the credential evaluators are 100% certain that they actually have obtained the qualifications they claim to have, the qualification passport will then be issued for a duration of 5 years. Next slide, please. So, with the financial support of Norway and the Dubai Cares Foundation, UNESCO has now been piloting this tool since 2019, together with national recognition authorities in Zambia and Iraq, of course also with the help of UNHCR and local refugee authorities. And in these pilots, local credential evaluators coming from the national recognition authorities have been trained in the methodology, the evaluation methodology, and we have also conducted several evaluation sessions with refugees. And the results so far are very promising and show that the evaluation methodology originally conceptualized in Europe also works outside the European context, and that the number of candidates have successfully received their UNESCO qualification passport despite lacking documentary evidence of the qualification that we would usually ask for. And UNESCO is now seeking to scale up the qualification passport and is inviting more countries to join the program, which also, as I mentioned, includes a capacity building and training component for the national recognition authorities, and also an implementation component where we actually carry out evaluation sessions with eligible refugees, resulting in the issuance of this document of the UNESCO qualification passport. And if successfully implemented, next slide please. If successfully implemented, the benefits are clear. The qualification passport can enable refugees to access higher education, to obtain scholarships, and to find relevant work, thus strengthening their dignity and enabling their self-reliance in their host communities. It will also increase the opportunities for the host societies to take advantage of the skills and competencies that the refugees already possess. It can create better work opportunities for returnees, utilizing better their qualifications for the rebuilding of their home countries. And it can increase the education pathway opportunities in third countries, which is also something that is a clear target now, resulting from the Global Refugee Forum, which took place 2 years ago, get more and more refugees in third countries through education pathways. And finally, the qualification passport also provides a great opportunity for developing recognition services through capacity building in evaluation and recognition methodology for national recognition entities or authorities. Next slide, please. So let me just end this presentation with a call of interest. UNESCO has recently received some earmarked funding from Dubai Cares for including more countries in sub-Saharan Africa in this program. And I invite you to get in touch with me if you think this sounds interesting in your national context, and I will be happy to answer any questions and find out how we can work together. And I will, of course, also be very happy to answer any questions you have here today. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Andres. I will pass over to the chair, who can facilitate the next approximately 15 minutes of discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Shall we continue with the discussions now and then move to the another presentation? Okay. So the floor is open for comments and questions and all that. Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you for Chair. Thank you for the presenters. My question is, what could be the link between this passport and the Nansen passport, which was much more issued for the stateless persons? Are we moving more and more, or do you envisioning the statelessness issue to rise for the coming decades? And that will be very worrying. So my issue is, the first point is that one. The second point is, could this passport be valid in every context beyond every continent? Because we know that various, even migrants, legal migrants who are leaving the continent to the northern hemisphere have not their diploma recognized, even having showing evident documentary, traceable evidentiary document. Thank you. Stop there.
Okay, shall I answer directly? Yes, indeed, there is a link to the Nansen passport. And you can say that this is sort of an academic Nansen passport. At least that's the vision for the qualification passport. I mean, it's important to underline that this is not something that enables travel. It's purely for academic purposes, recognition purposes. But there is an objective of making this a portable tool, so that once refugee move from one country to another, he or she will not need to undergo another evaluation of their qualifications, but they can. This document will then be also recognized in third countries, and even further. So yes, there is a vision here of global portability of the qualification passport.
Thank you, Andreas, for the wonderful presentation, and we're happy as IGAD to add this one as part of our collaboration with UNESCO. As you know, we are working with UNESCO on regional qualifications framework. In fact, it will be presented after we finish this session with you. Then my question is, how would we link this UNESCO qualifications passport with regional qualifications frameworks and continental qualifications frameworks, like the one which is being developed by the African Union and some other regional qualification framework, and also the European qualification frameworks? What is unique about it, and how does it link to the other frameworks that we are developing for students that may not necessarily be refugees, migrants, or displaced? Back to you.
You want to respond to this, or you want to take another question?
I can take another question.
If you are taking another question, can I just interject? I'm using my prerogative. The issue of qualifications, I mean, I think it's more important than one thinks, because it's when we come to the recognition, is it for the refugees per se, or all those who come from certain countries, as a question of policy of the state? Because now what I understand, that certain countries do not recognize, what you call qualifications or certificates from certain countries as well. So is it? I mean, refugee is normally he graduates from certain university anyway, or certain higher institute, a learning institute. So is it the refugee as a refugee, or is it the certificate from that place is the issue, or is the problem? Okay, thank you.
Thanks. I'll try to reply to these two questions, because they're somewhat linked. There is a problem of recognition in general, I think, when it comes to foreign diplomas globally, but also at the regional level in the African region. And this is also why UNESCO has been working with the Addis Ababa Convention to better align and better to improve the mobility of learners in general and the mutual recognition of qualifications at the African continent. And of course, national qualification frameworks is also something that enables this in a greater extent. So I think from UNESCO's side, we encourage very much the work on national qualification frameworks, and we also encourage very much countries in the region to join the regional convention on recognition of higher education qualification, the Addis Convention, which will make which will harmonize and make the flow of information between the national education system much easier. So secondly, there's also this, so that's on the general level, but there's also this more individual problem with refugees who have qualifications but are not able to actually prove that they have obtained these qualifications. And then we're talking about more of a problem of documentation and problem of verification of the authenticity of diplomas, the actual physical documents. And this is what the qualification passport is very much about verifying the actual existence of a certain qualification at the individual level, so to say. I hope this was clarifying.
Any more? Yes, that lady. Yes. معلش افتكر.
طيب. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بالنسبة لتوثيق الشهادات، احنا في حكومة السودان ما عندنا مشكلة في توثيق الشهادات للطلاب اللاجئين بالجامعات السودانية، ولا عندنا مشكلة في استخراج الشهادات حتى الدراسات العليا. ما بيتطلب من اللاجئ استخراج وثيقة لتوثيق الشهادات، هو عندهم رقم أجنبي مستخرج من حكومة السودان ممثل في هيئة السجل المدني والجوازات يوازي للرقم الوطني السوداني، وعندهم رقم بروجريس، رقم عالمي بتخش عليه في كل القطاعات. المشكلة الرئيسية اللي بتواجههم هنا هي قيمة توثيق الشهادة اللي هي تقريبا $200، والطالب اللاجئ ما عنده إمكانية لها، لأنه القانون قانون اللجوء ل 51 والمجدد 2014 السوداني بيأكد على معاملة الطالب اللاجئ معاملة الطالب السوداني في التعليم الأساسي فقط، ليس التعليم الجامعي. لذلك الطالب الجامعي بيعاني من تقديمه استخراج الشهادة الثانوية عشان يستخرج الشهادة $50 عشان يخش الجامعة بالقيمة $1. لما يتخرج ويستخرج شهادته يستخرجها $200، دي لو بنسخة واحدة، لو عايزة كم نسخ هتتعدد القيمة. دي المشكلة الكبيرة. بالنسبة للوثيقة بتاعت السفر، هي احنا ما عندنا مشكلة، بدليل انه معانا هنا طالبة إريترية لاجئة قاعدة في السودان، جات لحضور المؤتمر واستخرج لها الوثيقة بتاعتها ومرت عبر الجوازات السودانية طبيعي والخطوط الأثيوبية لحد ما وصلت جيبوتي. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you. Yes, the gentleman there, the front. Yes.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. المعلومة أنه في اليونسكو هنالك اتفاقيات للاعتراف بالشهادات بالسجلات الأكاديمية، منها الاتفاقية الأفريقية اتفاقية أديس أبابا لعام 1979 تعديل 2016، والاتفاقية العربية، وبعد ذلك في اتفاقيات ل6 قارات حتى وصلنا إلى الاتفاقية العالمية في باريس. دي اتفاقيات للاعتراف بالشهادات والسجلات الأكاديمية فيما يعرف بتأكيد صحة الشهادة. تأكيد صحة الشهادة المتداول بين الدول، سواء كان الرجل يسافر لعمل أو إلى دراسة أكاديمية، تتأكد المؤسسة الأخرى أو الدولة الأخرى من صحة تأكيد هذه الشهادة. الجواز اليونسكو ده افتكر هو انحرف نحو تأكيد صحة الشهادة أكثر من تقويم ومعادلة أو الاعتراف بالشهادات والسجلات الأكاديمية. الداتا أو المعلومات تحت الشهادات، الربط لهذا كما سأل أخونا الأستاذ البروفيسور من قبل، هل يمكن أن الشهادة المعترف بها أو المراد تأكيد صحتها والشهادة المراد الاعتراف وتأكيد صحتها الاثنين يشملهم هذا الجواز أم يشمل تأكيد صحة الشهادات فقط؟ شكرا جزيلا.
Interesting question. Okay, more. You want to take more?
Can I just say that unfortunately the interpretation wasn't working in my end, so I actually wasn't able to understand the last questions. The chair could sum up or somewhere or another help me here.
Yeah, Mr. Ayman, can you please help? Yes.
Sure. I think that Madam Rim and Dr. Asim, they're talking about they're giving a brief about the process in Sudan in terms of the credentials and the certifications and the endorsement of the certifications, and they said it's actually they treat it the same. So the refugees and the Sudanese are the same when it comes to that. The only burden is when it comes to the paying the tuitions and the fees. This is put some burden on refugees. But in terms of this is very clear for the government as the commitment. She mentioned a very good point. The focus is on the free education is for basic education or general education, but higher education is the way they treat it is very different, and actually that's also applicable to Sudanese citizens as well, not only the immigrants. So that's one point. Dr. Asim also reflects on how UNESCO is working on this. They have their collaboration on that, and also shed some light on the process internally. He's the head of the accreditation and certification in the Ministry of Higher Education. Yeah, I hope this capture the points. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Actually, okay. You need to respond now, or you want to take further questions?
Well, if I may just add that.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, no, definitely. Treating refugees on par with nationals for access to higher education is extremely important, and it's really the basis of including refugees into higher education systems. And of course, we understand that tuition fees are also a major challenge when it comes to not only refugees but also for nationals. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, please.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew. Mine is a very broad question. In fact, I didn't fully attend your presentation.
So why do you ask?
I asked to learn more. Yeah. I very well appreciate what UNESCO is doing in supporting the region, but I'm also skeptical on some of UNESCO activities. It's commonly said that UNESCO is an instrument for propagating Western civilization and education. The qualification framework you're talking about needs to be grounded on African reality. So how far do you think the framework you are talking about is addressing the realities we are in?
Thank you for a challenging but relevant question. First of all, I have to stress that UNESCO has always worked for universal values. I think also that is valid in the domain of higher education and qualifications. But of course, there are regional specificities, and we have also taken this into account. I think there is as I mentioned, the African countries actually adopted a regional convention on recognition of qualifications in 2014. Qualifications framework, something that I think South Africa was one of the first countries in the world to introduce a national qualifications framework. It is not necessarily European or Western. In terms of the qualification passport, which I've been showcasing here today, I think it's worth mentioning that this was the first country it was piloted in was Zambia, an African country, and it worked very well, and it was adapted to that context. Of course, we have challenges now with getting the acceptance of the qualification passport among employers and among higher education institutions in the national context in Zambia. And of course, there are also many challenges for refugees in terms of travel, of movement inside the country. But I think at least be able to have this tool working at the national level in Zambia proves that it has relevance and it can be adapted to regional context.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you for the precise question, responses to the questions. I think we could have more time for deeper discussion, but time is limiting us. We thank you very much. I just want to flag out two things. One, as you know, the Eastern and Horn of Africa region is one of the areas affected by conflict, and there is a huge demand for this passport. So the need is there, and then the possibility for cooperation is also there. We are already working with UNESCO, and we want to probe further on how we understand the passport and how it works, and how we can actually join hands to really make a meaningful impact on the lives of people affected by conflict who needed this type of service. So I think just to encourage you to keep in touch with us, and then share some additional information on how we can move forward and strengthen our partnership on your front. On the other fronts, we are working with the organization, and we are very happy with our partnership. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity, and I'm looking forward to getting in touch with some of the countries. Thank you.
Thank you all. And I think before we waste our time, we should move to the next presenter, the presentation of the roadmap on IGAD, Regional Qualifications Framework.
Who is going to present? There is someone, professor online.
Good afternoon, Professor Chrissy Bowie. If you are ready, we're ready for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Good afternoon, everyone. And I'd just like to say how sorry I am not to be with you in Djibouti, but like many other people, travel restrictions have stopped me from joining you. So I'm going to share my screen and talk to the presentation. So I'm going to begin by speaking very broadly about frameworks and the principles that one uses to develop a framework. So how do frameworks operate? Well, they use a common set of principles. And those principles essentially serve as a common language, a lingua franca, to make it possible to see the equivalence of qualifications themselves or indeed. So a qualification issued in one country, you can use the framework to see what it's equivalent to in another country. And the same would be the case for a particular grade of school. So in order to develop a framework, you need eventually to analyze all your qualifications within a country, all the school grades, using the principles that I'll talk about in a moment. And what then happens is that you can see where each qualification or grade fits on the framework, and you can then see how a qualification or a grade in one country equates to a qualification or a grade in another country. So if you like, it's a matching device. It allows you to see equivalence of qualifications, of grades, of learning across boundaries. Now there's a difference between a national qualifications framework and a regional qualifications framework. And obviously IGAD wants to develop a regional qualifications framework. So national frameworks provide benchmarks for levels and amounts of learning in qualifications within a single country. So a country that has a national framework, it would allow different universities, for example, to show the equivalence of its qualifications against those of another university. A regional qualifications framework acts as a kind of translation device. So it allows the qualifications or parts of qualifications from one country to be recognized in another. So I think the important point to remember here, that I'm trying to make here, is that a regional qualifications framework doesn't take autonomy away from individual countries. They still have their qualifications, they are recognized, but the regional framework allows for equivalence to be established, and then you can swap them across borders. Importantly, both national frameworks and regional frameworks allow standards to be developed. So you can follow on from the development of your framework to move into a further process of standards development for each qualification or each grade that you have. And generally countries take longer to do that. So if I use my country, South Africa, as an example, we've had a qualifications framework since the late 1990s, but we're only now starting to develop our actual qualification standards. So that's a later stage in the whole process, if you want to follow it. Finally, both national frameworks and regional qualifications frameworks allow countries to develop their own educational systems, their own assessment systems, and their own accreditation systems. So the framework doesn't take any autonomy away from a country. A country can still have control of its education, its assessment, and its accreditation. Let's move on and look briefly at the principles that we use to develop a framework, whether it's a national framework or a regional framework. And here they are. We use learning outcomes, credits, framework levels, level descriptors, learning tracks or pathways, and then bands. And I'll briefly explain each of these. So basically, learning outcomes describe what a learner should be able to do as they complete a qualification. So it's what they're able to demonstrate they can do upon award of the qualification, or as they finish a grade or a school level. So for example, if you have a certificate in sport, and I've taken this from an actual example, these are learning outcomes. A learner should be able to list the principles of a healthy diet, participate in activities designed to improve personal fitness, manage participants effectively. So those are things that the certificate holder needs to be able to do in order to gain the certificate. Why do we use outcomes? Why outcomes? Well, traditionally, we've described qualifications using the content that's taught. But content differs in many qualifications, and it differs in countries. Think about what's taught as history in one country or as geography in one country versus what's taught in another one. So the content itself can be different. Using outcomes and teaching for outcomes ensures that learners are more work ready and that they can actually do the things in the workplace. So if we use outcomes, we get away from the differences in content. We describe what a learner is able to do as a result of gaining a qualification or finishing a level of schooling. And by focusing on what they're able to do, the argument is that they, through teaching, become more ready for work. And that they can actually then move on and do the things we say they can do in the workplace. The second principle is that of the credit. So a credit measures the amount of learning required for a qualification. And internationally, globally, 1 credit is usually equivalent to 10 learning hours. So those learning hours, they're not teaching hours, they're all the learning activities that a learner can undertake. So the learning hours include the actual teaching, what the teacher does, and the students, the learners learning in the classroom. But they also include all the independent study, the homework, all assessment, so the time spent doing assignments in examinations and so on, and all online learning. So if you say a qualification or a certificate or something has 20 credits, that would be equivalent to 200 hours, learning hours, but in those 200 hours, they would include all those learning activities. And it's usually assumed that the average learner, and obviously you have above average and below average learners, but the average learner can cope with 1,200 hours of learning or 120 credits per year of study. So the credits are an attempt to measure the amount of learning that we need to gain a qualification. The next principle is that of the framework levels. And all qualifications frameworks, as they exist, include a number of levels. And they usually have 8 or 10 levels. So they move from level 1 up to level 8 or level 10. And the levels describe learning from the very beginning of a learning journey, so preschool, early childhood education, or adult basic literacy classes, to the top, doctoral level. Doctoral level is generally considered to be at the top of qualifications framework. And any qualification or the grade of a school in schooling the end of a schooling phase, you peg it, you place it on the level of the framework. So a doctoral degree would be at level 10. An adult basic literacy class would probably be at level 1. So they attempt to show complexity and advances in the learning levels as learners move from beginner status to really expert status. Like now to talk about IGAD, the International Standard Classification of Education, and the IGAD RQF. So the International Standard Classification of Education, developed by UNESCO, is a tool that assists in defining framework levels. It allows us to categorize or to code any educational program or qualifications in one country against a universal set of standards. So the IGAD gives us these universal sets of standards, and what you can then do is categorize or code the programs of qualifications in your country against that set of standards. What the International Standard Classification of Education tool then does is it allows us to see how these programs and qualifications compare internationally. So you can see equivalence internationally. And it does this by allowing us to assign codes. And literally that's what they are, codes, according to educational level and fields of education. And you can see there is a link there at the bottom of this slide to the IGAD framework. Just to elaborate a bit more, if we look at primary education, we can see that the IGAD countries differ according to the number of years children are in primary school. And you can see that in this slide. What using IGAD would allow us to do is to code the age group targeted for a particular level of education in a country. So if we go back to primary education, and you could see that the different countries had different number of years in the primary phase, but you could code the age group targeted for primary level. And then the tool also, IGAD, allows us to classify and compare educational programs at primary level and the qualifications, for example, a primary school certificate. So IGAD is a really important tool that will assist in the development of the regional qualifications framework. And here we have again a look at the primary education systems in IGAD countries, and you can see that there are differences there. There are differences in the age of entry, there are differences in the duration or the years spent in that particular phase of education. The qualifications have different names, and so on, and so on. So using IGAD would allow us to code within each country and allow us to see what's the same and what's different. So, as I've said, it will allow us to classify these programs in terms of the number of years spent in the primary school phase. And we can see, using IGAD, the first 6 years in Ethiopia and Kenya are coded under IGAD 1, equivalent to primary education, and the next 2 years are coded as IGAD 2, which is lower secondary general education. So I've given a very, very broad outline of IGAD, but it can be used to help develop an IGAD or RQF and I think it would be really useful in doing that. And that briefly is just the levels of education that IGAD allows us to code, going from early primary right through early childhood, primary, lower secondary, upper secondary, post-secondary, and then finally tertiary or higher education through from short cycle to the doctoral degree. The next concept, or the next principle that we use in developing frameworks is that of the level descriptor. So I said frameworks typically have between 8 and 10 levels, and descriptors describe the kind of learning at each level of the framework. So descriptors become more complex as you move up the framework. So the description of learning at level 1 of a framework is much more simple than the description of learning at level 10 or level 8 of the framework. And what you usually do is you write descriptions in different areas. So you would describe the scope or the breadth or the depth of the learning required. And you can see, for example, the scope, the breadth and the depth of the learning required to get a doctoral degree is very different to the scope, breadth and depth to finish at the primary phase or the secondary phase of education. They might also describe the amount of autonomy expected of the learner. As learners mature, as they grow, we expect them to become more autonomous, to act on their own. They can describe the problem solving that we expect a learner to be able to undertake at a particular level, how a learner is able to access and manage information, and so on. So frameworks have a number of levels, and we write descriptions of the learning at each level. Another concept that we can use in developing a framework is that of the learning track or the pathway. So we know that there are different types of learning. For example, craft knowledge, the ability to make a piece of furniture in a carpentry workshop is very different to academic knowledge. Craft knowledge involves working with the hands. Academic knowledge can be very theoretical. Many frameworks therefore place different kinds of qualifications in different tracks or pathways. So most have a vocational track and an academic track. So a vocational path is very practical learning. The academic track will generally describe more theoretical, abstract learning required of formal education and schooling, whereas the vocational path could describe learning in action, apprenticeship type learning, and so on. And it's also possible, and some frameworks do this, to include a professional track sitting between vocational and academic qualifications. If you think of the law, or you think of medicine or accounting, we'd consider those to be professions. They require academic learning, but they also require practitioners, professionals who can do things. So the professional track sometimes is included to sit between the vocational track and the academic track. The final concept that we can use to develop a framework is that of the band. So in most countries there are different levels in an educational system. So there's a schooling system. You might then have further education consisting of technical and vocational colleges, and you'll have higher educational, tertiary education, the universities. So the levels of the framework are often placed in different bands. All the qualifications that the universities can award are placed in a higher education band. all the qualifications that technical and vocational colleges can award are placed in the further education band. And the reason for having bands is to allow different bodies to have responsibility for different areas of education and the assurance of quality within it. So I've said that qualifications frameworks can help us to assure quality, to assure standards. And if you allocate responsibility for quality, for standard setting in different areas, then the band in the framework will allow you to say, well, we have an authority for a particular band. And countries that have moved on to implementing quality assurance generally also have bands in their frameworks. But that is probably a later step for this particular regional framework developed for IGAD nations. So I think, in my opinion, the IGAD RQF will need to use these four concepts, these four principles: learning outcomes, credits, levels, and level descriptors. The other principles you can keep till later. You can develop those as you work further with your framework, but in the beginning stages you will need to use these principles in development. You can then choose to include later on, or you can build them in from the beginning if you like. It really is your decision. You can choose to include tracks of pathways and bands. Given that you're looking to develop a regional framework, it's probably better not to include bands, as each country will have different bodies to manage those different levels of education, to assure quality, and so on. So the country will have a Ministry of Education to look at its primary and secondary schooling. So regionally, it's probably best not to include the bands in the framework. If you have a national one, you will include them. So here's a suggestion. It's a possible regional qualifications framework for IGAD nations. It includes 8 levels based on IGAD, and it's got 2 pathways. So you can see on the left-hand side of the table, it moves from level 1 up to level 8. It's got an academic pathway and it's got a vocational pathway. And then you can start to place different levels of learning and qualifications. So in levels 1, 2, and 3, you could have early childhood education and any certificates that you might award in adult basic literacy. You could have primary education leaving certificates at level 2, lower secondary education certificates at level 3, and so you move up the framework, with level 8 representing a doctoral degree. So that's a very simple qualifications framework. Here's another possibility, and this is slightly more complex. It has 10 levels, and it's got 2 pathways, 2 tracks to begin with, but then it branches into 3 at level 6. So again, you can see level 1, which is the earliest learning, early childhood education, and so on, up to the doctoral degree. You've got the primary leaving certificate, which straddles, which crosses both academic and vocational learning. But then you could have a track, an academic track, leading to high school leaving certificates, and here technical high school leaving certificates. And then you move on at level 6 of this particular example into 3 pathways where you have academic qualifications awarded by the universities. You've got professional qualifications, which might also be awarded by the universities, but that they could also be, and in this case, I've put teacher education qualifications in there. You could have teacher education colleges awarding them. And then you've got your vocational educational training there. And in some countries, you would have bachelor's degrees in a vocational track. They haven't gone as far yet as having master's and doctoral degrees in a vocational track, but you would have bachelor's degrees. It's a possibility. It's an opportunity for you to consider as you develop the framework, as the framework is developed. Okay. Recent research, and this is quite important, we've learned a lot about qualifications frameworks since they were first developed in the 1990s. It argues that it's important to distinguish between knowledge, skills, and competency outcomes. And this, remember, outcomes are what a learner should be able to do in order to gain a certificate or a qualification of some sort. And we need to distinguish between knowledge, skills, and competency outcomes because we need to ensure that bodies of disciplinary knowledge, which is known as powerful knowledge, are covered in an education system. So if you think about using learning outcomes say what learners should be able to do. And in order to do something, they'll have to draw on knowledge. So you can specify what knowledge they need in order to do something. You need to then look across all the knowledge and all the outcomes to ensure that there is sufficient coverage of the body of knowledge in, for example, mathematics or physics or botany or whatever in any level. Because if you don't check that that knowledge is there, you can end up with qualifications, and the term that's being used nowadays is qualifications on knowledge pool. So you don't want that. You want qualifications which are robust, which are drawing on the kind of knowledge which allows us to explain the world around us adequately, and you need to ensure that you don't completely focus on skills at the expense of knowledge. So we know from research that there has been a tendency to focus on skills, and the research is saying, be careful not to do that. Don't forget that knowledge itself is very important, and you need to check that there's coverage of this body of knowledge. And so one way to do this is to specify the different kinds of outcomes. You've got knowledge outcomes, skills outcomes, and competency outcomes. So that's a strong recommendation that outcomes are specified in those 3 categories. I'm coming to a close now, but the IGAD RQF needs to enable, not regulate. It's an enabling framework. It doesn't take autonomy away from countries. Individual nations regulate for themselves. But it enables the transfer of qualifications and recognition of learning across national boundaries. Individual nations remain responsible for the design of their educational systems, the quality assurance of the education offered, the standards of their education, and so on. So the RQF needs to act as a translation device which allows users to establish equivalence. No more. It needs to be as simple as possible. and that is a strong recommendation. It needs to be as simple as possible. You can elaborate on it later if you so wish, but a strong recommendation would be that in the beginning it's kept as simple as possible. And early versions of the framework will make translation and equivalence establishing possible. That's what you're looking for. The ability to translate and to see the equivalence of a qualification or a certificate of some sort issued in one country. You want to translate that and see what it's worth in another country, to see what it's equal to. So in the beginning, the recommendation is as simple as possible. Another recommendation is that the RQF needs to draw on the IGAD tool, because it really is very, very useful in helping you develop the framework itself. And some other things that you might like to consider is, do IGAD states want to move to use learning outcomes to specify all qualifications? The learning outcome, as I said, is a principle that's used to establish equivalence. So it has huge implications once you start introducing learning outcomes, using them to describe your qualifications, your certification, and so on. You're going to have to do other work within your education system. Teachers need to teach for outcomes, and so on. And do IGAD states want to set up quality assurance systems for their hiring, for their standard setting, and so on? So using learning outcomes to describe all learning, as I've said, requires the introduction of outcomes-based approaches to teaching. Teachers must teach for outcomes, and one of the things that we've learned as this has been done in other countries is that it can destabilize teaching, and it requires a lot of work. So if learning outcomes are used widely, consider as well, this is another point, using outcomes for language and literacy in all qualifications, and including cross-field outcomes in all qualifications. I'll explain what I mean about those last 2 points in the next slide. Language and literacy, learners in the IGAD region will be users of different languages and may use different scripts. They'll all speak their languages, so they'll speak more than one language. They may have mastered in different ways different scripts. But they will also have mastered the literacies of formal education to varying degrees. So the ability to speak a language in the home, to use a language in the home, will be different to the ability to using a language in formal education. So many native speakers of English, for example, can't read or write academic English or legal English. So you have to make a distinction between the ability to use a language for everyday life, to get by in your everyday life, and to use a language in formal education. And so trying to embed language and literacy in all your qualifications is a means of developing this ability to use a language or languages in formal education. It's a way of ensuring that learners get the support in what is actually a specialized use of language and literacy. And so the implication would be that you consider embedding or including literacy and language outcomes in all your qualifications. So you are trying to not only see equivalence in respect of the extent to which a language user can use language at a particular level of education, but you're also working towards developing their ability to do that through your teaching and your qualifications progression. One final point relates to these things called cross-field learning outcomes. So I've just made the suggestion that you could consider using outcomes related to language and literacy in all qualifications, but it would also be possible to include some other cross-field outcomes. So cross-field outcomes relate to big abilities like problem solving, information literacy, the ability to work in teams, and so on, and so on. It's a consideration. I've also mentioned the assurance of quality in higher education, or in education. And as qualifications frameworks are developed, many countries set up quality assurance systems at the same time. Now, IGAD is planning, I hope, is planning to develop a regional framework. So a regional qualification assurance system will be very complex and difficult to develop. So the question is, and this is literally for the individual members to decide upon, should individual IGAD members set up their own quality assurance systems? There is no suggestion that you should do that across the region, but it's something for the members to consider. So to conclude, the overall recommendations are, and I think certainly at first encounter, frameworks and all the technicalities of the frameworks can seem very complex. But the overall recommendations are that you should keep the IGAD RQF as simple as possible. That you should take the characteristics of other frameworks into account as it is developed, including IGAD. And it's already been mentioned in the sessions this morning that there is other frameworks are being developed on the continent. South Africa has a national qualifications framework. There are moves now to develop a Southern African qualifications regional framework, and eventually a continental qualifications framework. So you need to take into account those national frameworks that already exist in IGAD, and you need to take account of developments that are occurring elsewhere in relation to the establishment of regional and even a continental framework. So that's all I have to say on relation to that, my presentation. But I'm not sure, Madam Chair, would you like to take questions on this? I have another slide which is part of the roadmap, the way forward to present. But would it be advisable to take questions of clarification at this point?
Okay. Okay, thank you very much indeed. This is very informative and very elaborate and very interesting presentation. All of us, we got captivated with this interesting presentation, particularly those who are in education profession. Okay, let us take a couple of questions, and I think there is a comment by Professor Bugi.
Yeah, this is Bugi.
Yeah, what is Professor?
No, this one. Okay, let me come in. Let me come.
Professor Bugi, thank you very much. We would have loved to see you here in person. We understand the challenge. You were not allowed to travel on board Ethiopian Airlines because of the Omicron. We are happy you are there, you are healthy, and you have made this presentation. It's wonderful. We were also, I'm not sure if our friend Dr. Saba is online also. She mentioned problem on connections.
I'm online.
You are there, Sabah. Thank you very much for being with us. Okay, then we are very grateful for this presentation. Very lucid and, in fact, very informative, as Professor Hunuda has said. Just for your information, you have in the audience ministers, university vice chancellors, and professors, and also Ministry of Education experts who would actually be with us in the course of developing the actual qualifications framework. We have also, I think, another colleague from the region, Dr. Esubis Mukwana, whom I want to just come in and give us a few reflections, as he will be also with us in the development of the qualifications framework. Professor Mukwana, you are there. Before I give to the member states, I want to hear from the experts, and then member states, you will have your time through the permission of the chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Kebede. I also want to apologize that I was not able to join you in Djibouti. I'm back in Cotonou, Benin, where we are having another workshop. I want to thank Chris for that very elaborate presentation, and she has simplified it very well for us, so we should be able to appreciate what she has presented. The first point I would like to start with is where she left, the issue of making sure that the IGAD regional qualification framework fits within existing qualification frameworks, because within the IGAD countries, some countries already have developed their national qualification frameworks. I come from Kenya, and we have the Kenya National Qualifications framework that is already developed. I know Ethiopia also has a TVET qualification framework. So part of what we should try to do is link up to ensure that the framework that we develop speaks to this existing reality, so that we don't conflict. As Chris has said, a regional qualification framework is a supportive. It supports what countries can do. It does not replace. And so we want to be sure from the word go that what we are doing speaks to what the countries are already doing. We build synergies, and we also build support, because the regional qualification framework will support what goes on within the countries. So that is very, very important. The other issue that I want to bring in is, and this is linked to the earlier presentation on the UNESCO qualifications passport, is that we will also be looking for a qualification framework that supports lifelong learning, that also recognizes qualifications obtained outside the classroom. So I have in mind recognition of prior learning, where somebody has skills, but they have not gone to obtain those within a classroom setting. Within Kenya, we now have developed and rolled out a policy and guidelines on recognition of prior learning. So people who have skills, and as you know, Africa, and there's more specifically within the IGAD region, we have a lot of informal sector. So our Chuakari artisans, our carpenters, our masons, our motor vehicle mechanics, the people that have a lot of skills, but they have not gone to a formal training to obtain them. So part of what this framework could do, and this will really support our economies, is to have a system where this can be assessed and certified and linked to the regional or national qualification framework. So we would say, you are a good mechanic, you are a good plumber, you've not gone to any class, but you're able to carry out this work. So we assess you and we align you with levels within the framework. Already we are doing this in Kenya, and so not just for refugees, but also for nationals of these countries. And this will also help to appreciate the work that people are doing in the informal settings. As I've indicated, a lot of our economy is informal. We have a lot of people with skills, so we are looking at a qualification framework that should be able to integrate, to create formality from these people that are working informally, so that they can be appreciated, they can be assessed, they can be certified, and this will help them not just to be aligned within the framework, but it also means that they can advance their careers, they can look for jobs within the country, within the region, because they have been certified by a competent authority of those countries. The other issue, of course, listening to Andrea, is yes, he was talking about UNESCO qualifications passport. This is an important aspect. The IGAD region hosts a large number of refugees. If I talk about Kenya, Dadaab, what we have in Dadaab and what we have in Kakuma, nearly 1 million refugees, and I know that within the region we have a big issue with that. He mentioned that there's a new project that is coming up. I think it will be important that part of this framework, through the recognition of lifelong learning, is able to incorporate aspects of that passport for country implementation, but the framework can provide guidelines on how that can be done. So I think that it will be important then that as we look forward, this is the right time, that as we look at designing these systems, we see how to bring in recognition of prior learning, but also how to bring in the issue of refugees and the aspect of lifelong learning. The bottom line, Chair, is that we want a framework that can provide mobility of learners and mobility of workers. From where I sit within Kenya, I carry out recognition of qualifications from within the region, and every day we get nearly 300 to 400 applicants from different IGAD countries, from Somalia, from Ethiopia, Djibouti, South Sudan, Uganda, looking for conversion or equivalence of their qualifications. I do know that as Kenya we've done very well there, because then we have even put an online system for translating qualifications. But this is only, it's not working in many countries. So part of what this framework will do is to help us translate a lot of these qualifications. As Chris has indicated, we are all using different education systems. 9 years of primary school in Burundi, 7 years in Uganda, 8 years in South Sudan, so on. And you can see that this regional qualification framework will be an important translation device that will help us to understand if a student moves from South Sudan to Ethiopia, how do we translate their qualifications so that they can proceed without the education, within the education system without wasting time. And so this is a system that will create efficiency, that will allow mobility of students and also mobility of workers, in line with what we have already said, the Continental Free Trade Area. As I've indicated, we are talking about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. There's no way here trade will move across Africa if people can't move. And if people move, they move with their qualifications, and they need an efficient system to translate those qualifications. So whether they want to do work, whether they want to start business, whether they want to study, that we need a system that allows Africans not only to move, but to also have their qualifications immediately translated, appreciated, so that they can actually establish themselves in the different countries that they go to. The last issue I want to indicate, Chair, is on quality assurance. I agree with Christy that for qualifications to move across borders, we need to trust them. Each country, so if a qualification comes from Ethiopia to Kenya, I want to trust that that qualification has been looked at carefully by the Ethiopian authorities, that they have taken good care of it, so that I can trust it, because I am using it to allow integration of that student or that worker into the Kenyan education space. And so quality assurance is very important. But I also agree with Chris that a regional qualification framework may have very little what the regional qualification framework may provide are guiding principles of how quality assurance can be implemented in different countries, so that it's possible then to, at some point, ask, are these countries meeting the guiding principles that have been set by the regional qualification framework? So that is what I would say. So quality assurance is really the work of each country, because it has to be established within the legal settings of those countries. But then if we have a guiding principle from the regional qualification framework, it can guide the member countries in developing their national quality assurance systems. So thank you, Chair. Let me leave it there, and let me thank both Andrea and Chris for these very good presentations. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yes, please. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I just would like to give the floor back to Professor Boogie to take us through the roadmap. I think that's a very important piece of work that we really want to adopt here, that we continue to carry out the implementation of the roadmap to bring the qualification framework into reality. Professor Boogie, you have the floor again to take us through the roadmap just briefly, and then I'll give the floor also to Dr. Saba, my good partner from UNESCO, to give us a few points of reflection. Professor, you have the floor.
Thank you very much indeed, and I really welcome those comments from Eusebius. Thank you, particularly the points about RPL. As you say, recognition of prior learning is absolutely crucial in all our countries in Africa, and the framework will certainly allow us to get going with that. So I put on the screen a first step, a roadmap first step. So I hope from my description of, or my explanation of the concepts in the framework, you know, the idea of the learning outcomes, the levels and so on, that you've got an idea of what the framework could look like, but it's for you to develop it. So the suggestion that we have for you, the proposal we have for you, is that we divide the levels of the learning up into different levels. So we've got early childhood, we've got lower primary, we've got upper primary, we've got secondary, lower secondary, upper secondary, TVET, and then higher education. So we divide up all the learning, all the kinds of learning that's possible into these different levels, if you like. Okay? What we're then looking for is for a country to take the lead, or you could have two countries with a co-lead as well, for this particular area of development, this level of development. In addition to the country, there would also be an agency. So here I've put in UNICEF or UNESCO. So we have these different levels. We ask a country to take the lead, another country to come in as a co-lead possibly. We identify all the ministries that would be involved in this particular level. So here, early childhood, you'd obviously have education, you could also have health, you could also have social affairs. We need to identify focal people. We need to put names of people who will be responsible. And we need to plan. So what actions or tasks need to be undertaken? Can we identify them? And we put them in this fourth column. We'd also need to start thinking about the data source and evaluation or methodology. How are we going to evaluate what we're doing? How are we going to know we're on the right track? What data are we going to use to know, to check that to provide evidence for us? Can we put a timeline in? Can we divide the work up into phases? What outcomes do we need? So for each step we take, can we actually say, this is the outcome, this is what we want to achieve? What sort of collaboration do we need? Can we identify what we need to collaborate? What resources do we need? What about the obstacles? Can we anticipate obstacles? If we can anticipate them, we can avoid them by identifying solutions, and so on and so on. So the proposal is that what we need to do is to take responsibility, to agree at this meeting about who will take responsibility for these different levels. And once we've done that and we've started to populate this table, or this spreadsheet, we can see a way forward more clearly about what we want to do. And we've got people on the ground who are actually going to be working with it. So that is the proposal for, as we move forward. We've got a great deal of work to do, but it's the first step in moving forward, in getting these areas of responsibility for the different levels of the framework allocated to countries, other countries that might be co-leads, and to identify the agencies who will be involved. So I don't know whether my colleague Saba Bakari would like to say anything to add.
Yes, thanks so much, Chrissy. Thank you, Kebede. Yes, so this roadmap, this template, basically, Kebede, we would like IGAD to manage this for us. Basically, IGAD is, taking the lead on this entire RQF. We're just helping, we're supporting. So we'd like countries to start committing. I'm not sure you're going to commit today, but definitely IGAD will sort of oversee when you do decide to commit, once you've discussed between yourselves which country is going to take the lead. A couple of countries might take two areas. And then, Chrissy, if you scroll down, I think after higher education, we've left a few blanks to say that in case you want to also eventually put in teacher qualifications as well, or anything else. So like prior learning, you might want to put that in, because as you can see, Kenya is way ahead from the East Africa region. So that could be one area, teacher qualifications, and then goal 8, Chrissy could put in prior learning. So over to you, Kebede. Thank you.
Thank you, Saba. I can assure you that IGAD will continue to take the lead, and also assure you that our member states will be committed. Our member states will actually also lead. So we will use the template and also the further planning to guide our action. And I think this conference is very important. It has come at a very critical time where we actually want the endorsement of our member states, and this will be done through the recommendation to our ministers. The ministerial session will take place in the first quarter of the year, and most likely end of January or the first week of February. We will work out on that. But I can see already there is this consensus that the qualification framework is very important, that the key features of the qualification framework is that it doesn't take away national authority or national autonomy. It's just a translation. It's just also facilitation of movement of people. And in fact, this is also enshrined in our protocol on the free movement of persons. And as we are also important partners of the continental free trade area, which requires free movement of persons with their qualifications, I think the work is very important. So there is no doubt about the importance of the qualification framework. There is no doubt also about what it should do and it cannot do. And I think with that, we will move the implementation of the next steps forward with the support of our member states and all our partners. So I can assure you, Saba, that we are very much delighted to have come this far. And then we are very happy that our cooperation, our partnership has resulted in this very important document. And then we are looking forward to really have the actual qualifications framework, which is facilitative, which is a tool for regional integration and also the movement of students and professors and all workers with their acquired competences, whether it is prior acquired or acquired in the sojourn in the different countries they will be visiting. So we are on the right track. We thank you very much, and I'm giving the floor back to Professor to invite us for lunch.
Thank you all. I think I promised this gentleman at the back to say a few words in a minute.
Thank you, Chair. My thanks for the systematic presentation done by the experts of the UNESCO and also for the intervenant from Kenya who is in Lome. I want just to underline one important issue, because we are now, sorry to say that we are closer to the lunchtime, but we are undertaking the most critical issues, which is that not a single country should desist from its sovereign rights to be associated, not as a lead country, because this is a concept I want to warn about. They should be a kind of a steering committee where all member states should be implied from the start to each point of this roadmap, because it shouldn't be, we have certainly, good practices to replicate from there and here. Personally, I'm just, for example, I'm a Djiboutian, even being part of IGAD. I'm speaking French, I'm speaking Arabic, I'm speaking English, I suppose. I have also my language. So we want to be on board simultaneously and equally. So this framework should be managed with all member states leading simultaneously. This is a strong recommendation, because if we want to go ahead, we have to be simultaneously ahead. And even we should take, we are in a state of harmonizing, and the perspective is a regional integration. So the lead concept should be our lead institution and special. And this is a strong recommendation, and I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. It seems that we are going to hold you back for a few minutes only to shoot some questions and responses from the presenters.
We are doing this because I think our colleagues presenting from distance will be offline. So let's ask questions and maybe reflections for about 5 minutes, and then we'll have our lunch.
If you don't want to ask, that's up to you. I mean, you can go for lunch. I mean, and it seems that okay. I mean, let's get it that nobody is willing to ask question and everyone is geared for lunch, and let us go for lunch. Let us have the break. Thank you very much indeed.
I'm coming again to thank you, Professor Bugi, Professor Mukwana, Dr. Saba, for all the wonderful presentation, and also Andrea from Paris. Thank you very much, and we will continue to work together. Thank you.
presentation and discussions afterwards, you know. And this is the one, right?
This one.
Yeah.
Increasing accessibility.
Yeah. So I think let us start in order to finish today a little bit early. It's increasing accessibility of the Djibouti Declaration on Education for Refugees, Returnees, and Host Communities to persons with disabilities. Okay, the presentation is going to be done by Ms. Julia von Frieden. Yeah.
There is one request for announcement.
Okay.
Please make an announcement.
While Yulia is preparing for the next presentation, we have a consultant who's taking stock of the Nairobi process and implementation of the Nairobi process. I would like to make an announcement. Colleague, you are there? Yeah, if you can go there and then give us what you want to do. Just 1 minute for the gentleman who will make an announcement.
Hello, my name is Gerald Owachi. I am Ugandan based in Kampala, and I do work generally in the area of forced migration, a lot of that work in the EAC region. But this time around, I have been contracted by the IGAD Secretariat to lead the drafting of the third stocktake report of the Nairobi Action Plan, which I'm sure you all know has been the mother of a lot of other initiatives, including this and the jobs and livelihood work as examples. So this stocktake exercise is actually, it's neither a review nor an evaluation. It is just a stocktake, really. And the basic principle is that it has to be written in the words of the member states, since it's feeding into an intergovernmental process. So my role in this one is just a scribe. No opinion, just what the member states say that they are doing in delivering on the 5 pillar areas of the Nairobi Action Plan, which very quickly I will touch on. I'm sure you're more knowledgeable about the pillar areas than myself. The first is expression and expansion of protection and asylum space. Pillar 2 is self-reliance and access to services and assistance, which this discussion, I think, falls under quite firmly. Pillar 3 on around new and emerging partnerships for refugees. Pillar 4 around responsibility sharing. Pillar 5 around providing an update on the high-level pledges, including those from the GRF. And then the last one is basically around emerging issues, lessons, and practice. This stocktake report is going to be the main document that will generate a brief that will be given to the summit, which I'm told is going to take place sometime in the first quarter of next year. So my role here, I am really a fly on the wall. I have just crushed your event for 2 reasons. One, under the circumstances, the consultation process has been limited to mainly online interactions for some reasons that many of you are aware about, both new and old. And for that reason, the physical consultations are going to be very limited. I've already done the one for Kenya, for instance, and I see part of the team there. I have started with the Uganda process, interacting with the Office of the Prime Minister, And here now, I'll try to steal a minute or two of your time as a representative of the member state countries during the breaks, so that I make contact and take your contacts, and then in between now and maybe mid-January, I will be bothering you for some information requests. A note verbal has already gone to your respective IGAD focal point. I have interacted, for instance, quite significantly with Ambassador Nixon for the South Sudanese team. So that is the process that is taking place, and thank you very much.
Thank you. One more announcement. Those colleagues that have not given COVID test, please, you are required to show up out there. The facilitators are calling on those that have not given the test. And then another announcement is that tomorrow, the organizers would want you to be at your respective hotels at 7:30, so that the bus leaves exactly 7:30 and we start the meeting quite early on. Thank you very much.
Jama, can you put it in presentation mode also? Ahmad, could you put it in presentation mode perhaps? Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Julia von Vreden, and I'm an advisor with GIZ for the Strengthening IGAD's Migration Policy Implementation Project. And I have the distinct honor of speaking to you today about a topic that's not only of great importance, but also very dear to my heart. So, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates from IGAD member states, respected representatives from academia, valued IGAD colleagues and partners, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to speak to you today about making or putting in place measures to increasing the accessibility of information or written information in general, but in particular, as we are gathered here today, also on the Djibouti Declaration on Refugee Education in IGAD member states. Next slide, please. So yeah, just to give you a brief outline of what I'm going to be speaking on today. So I would like to highlight some aspects around inclusion and also inclusive education in some selected policy frameworks, and then also shedding some lights on ways of how to make information more accessible through a concept called easy to read, which also entails, and this is also the link, why am I here today, and how does it link to the Djibouti Declaration, who benefits from such documents. And then we will also have a look at the final document that's actually been created, which is an easy-to-read version of the Djibouti Declaration. Next slide, please. Yes, thank you. So before starting, maybe a word also on the term inclusion and also inclusive education. So as we're gathered here at this event, also we speak a lot about inclusive education, mostly referring to inclusion of refugees in national education plans. But also inclusion can be understood in a much wider sense, or at least the lens that I've taken in this regard is also looking at the inclusion of persons with disabilities. And as much as these categories are not mutually exclusive, you obviously also find the overlaps or the interlinkages between the two. So I just chose a few examples where there are references to inclusion and inclusive education. So, for example, in the SDGs, it also refers to ensuring equal access to all levels of education and training for vulnerable groups of people, which also here is notably mentioned persons with disabilities, but also children in vulnerable situations, which can also refer to refugee children. And then another aspect that I find quite important also is reflected in Target 10.2, which it says it aims also to empower and promote the social, the economic, and the political inclusion of all persons, which is irrespective of age, but also of other characteristics such as disability. So, and here we can also see it's not just so much about the education setup itself or the content of education that needs to be accessible, but it's also important that there are measures that are put in place to allow for this political and social participation in the governance of education, but also in decision making. So if you have a document As you can also imagine, the SDGs, it's a very, very long document that's written in a very difficult type of language. It might not be easy for a child to go through this document and read it and understand it, or also maybe for someone that doesn't speak English, or if there's only one version in one language that's available. So that's concerning the SDGs, but similarly also the New York Declaration on Refugees and Migrants also addresses the need to acknowledge the special needs of all people in vulnerable situations, which also includes persons with disabilities. And lastly, from the regional point of view, there's also highlighted that equal access to education must also be guaranteed to persons with disabilities, and that distinct learning needs also need to be addressed. So now, where does that leave us? There's different ways of increasing the accessibility of different formats. So we also heard about the teacher training initiative, where we're also talking about psychosocial needs of persons, but with persons with disabilities, especially with intellectual disabilities. One of the major issues is also is access to information. So when we have these written documents, there are ways of making sure that these documents are more accessible. And one way of doing that is through a concept called easy to read, which, before I go into explaining more what this is about, I've actually prepared a little video, or rather someone else has prepared a video, and this was done by an organization called Cape Mental Health, which is a disability rights organization based in Cape Town, South Africa, who also who designed the easy-to-read version of the Djibouti Declaration. So if you could please go to the next slide, there's a short video that I would like to share with you to explain what easy-to-read is and the process of how easy-to-read documents are created.
Easy to read is a way to make information easier to understand. It helps persons with intellectual disability to understand written information. Not only can easy to read help persons with intellectual disability, but it can also help many other people who struggle to read. Easy to read information uses short, easy sentences. It tells the reader only the most important message. In easy to read, the sentences have pictures next to them to help the reader understand what the words are saying. An organization in Europe called Inclusion Europe started Easy to Read. Inclusion Europe stands up for the rights of persons with intellectual disability and their families. Inclusion Europe made rules on how to make easy to read information. People from 8 countries in Europe made these rules. The rules make sure that easy to read documents are easy to understand. Persons with intellectual disability have the right to get information in a way that they can understand. When people can understand information, they can learn and make decisions for themselves. We use pictures from the Easy to Read Image Dictionary to write easy to read information. Cape Mental Health chose some workers to be part of a team that would plan and run the Easy to Read project. Gabriel is our Easy to Read ambassador and is also part of this team. Cape Mental Health also got a team of persons with intellectual disability together. We call this team the Proofreading Committee. The job of the Proofreading Committee is to choose images for the Easy to Read Image Dictionary and to check easy to read documents to make sure that they are easy to understand. After the document writer has written a document in easy to read, she meets with the proofreaders and their supporters to proofread the document. To proofread means to check the easy to read documents, give feedback and advice, and help to make sure the documents are easy to understand. This is a very empowering process for the team of proofreaders because it means that the easy to read documents are not written for them, but with them. The proofreaders have a voice and an opinion about each easy-to-read document, and it cannot be complete if a proofreader does not agree that it is easy to understand. Cape Mental Health's document writer and the Proofreading Committee have already written, checked, and shared many easy-to-read documents.
Yes, that was a little bit of an excursion into what does it mean, what is an easy-to-read document, and how is it produced. And they just said they've already produced a lot of documents, so now there's actually 3 more that they've produced, which is an easy-to-read version of the Djibouti Declaration, but also of its accompanying action plan, and also a short general introduction to IGAD, what it does, what's its function as a REC, and in general, more information about it. So yes, this is also just a summary of some of the aspects that were already highlighted in the video, but I think also the most important aspect came out very clearly, is that an easy-to-read document is not done in a separate room by a professional that just sits down and does the translation, but it's actually quite the elaborate process that one of the key elements is to also have this proofreading committee involved for them to also check and certify that this is a document that is easy to read. And if those steps are all considered, then you will find, sometimes you might find this logo here on the right, which certifies that a document complies with all these rules. And then before we actually look at the final product, which is the easy-to-read version of the Djibouti Declaration, I would like to speak briefly about why do we do this? Who benefits from easy-to-read document? If you could, next slide, please. Yes, thank you. So initially, the principle of easy-to-read was developed in order to cater to the needs of persons with intellectual disabilities. And if you consider that there's an estimated 2.6% of the population globally that has an intellectual disability, that's actually quite a large number. And with an estimated, I think, 4.2 million refugees in the IGAD region, that still amounts to more than 100,000 persons that are affected. But the beauty also of easy to read is that it does not only benefit persons with intellectual disabilities, but also a wide range of other persons, which includes but is not limited to children and youth, or persons who do not speak a certain language as their native language, such as English, or persons who have not been able to regularly attend formal schooling. And this is also where the Djibouti Declaration is very relevant, or where easy to read, maybe the other way around, is very relevant for the Djibouti Declaration, as these are some characteristics that many of the persons that are actually targeted by the declarations do share. So yes, without further ado, let's have a look at what does that actually look like. What does it mean? If you could go to the next slide, please. So these are I'm going to show you some excerpts of the resulting document, and you will see also a lot of the things that were mentioned in the video, and also the characteristics or the principles that need to be applied. So generally there are different design rules that you make sure that you keep your sentences very short, that you also explain if you use an abbreviation. So in this case, IGAD, why do we say IGAD? What does that actually mean? And where does this abbreviation come from? It actually takes the first few words. And then also it gives you the general topic of what the document is about. If you could go to the next slide, please. Yes, and also another important aspect is that a lot of times when we, in our work, we come across a lot of very difficult terms that might not be familiar to everyone, or that are present in everyday language. So that's another aspect that's very important, that you explain concepts or constructs or terms that might not be prevalent in everyday language. Yes, next slide, please. And then this is just also an example of the accompanying action plan, just to show you that the translations also make sure to make the connection between the different documents. And yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if how many of you have actually come across easy-to-read documents in the past before this, but I think it's a very beautiful way to also make sure that, this is oftentimes a very exclusive conversation, in a sense that many persons might not have access because of, be it for language reasons, be it because of their age, or be it because of other reasons. So I just gathered some examples of other important easy-to-read documents. If you could go to the next slide, please. And another click. So for example, you will also find an easy-to-read version of the New York Declaration for refugees and migrants. Here you actually don't have the Inclusion Europe check, so I need to follow up on that, why they don't have that. And the next slide also, please. And yeah, this is actually a very pertinent article, which is Article 24 of the Convention of the Rights of People with Disabilities on Inclusive Education. So it makes a lot of sense, right? But also you can basically do this with any kind of document. I would actually like for my bank to give me an easy to read document because I don't understand what my bank is trying to tell me. But yeah, it's very pertinent in this case. And the next slide, please. And also for the SDGs, there's a similar document where it gives you a summary of some of the most important points. Yes, and here you also have the logo in the corner. So before closing and also sharing with you a short video message of Gabriel, the gentleman, the easy-to-read ambassador for Cape Mental Health that you've already seen in the other video, I would just like to take this opportunity to also compliment IGAD's efforts, in this case spearheaded by Dr. Kebede, for their continued efforts to promote refugee-inclusive education, but also to making efforts to grant access to these documents, which is vital so that also people that are actually targeted and affected by these can be reached. And this includes both refugee children with and without disabilities and their families. And also my great thank you and appreciation to Cape Mental Health and the Proofreading Committee for making sure that we have such a beautiful version and to making sure that this declaration also has yet a wider range. And then lastly, maybe I would like to encourage all of us to actually adopt a very disability-sensitive approach in everything that we do. And as you can see, it can also be small steps, for example, by making sure that, there are several rules that you can apply when you communicate your messages or also your work, so that more people can benefit from that. And with that, can we go to the last slide and have a greeting from Gabriel, the easy-to-read ambassador, please? You need to click on that.
Mijn naam is Gabriel Kier. Ik is van Cape Mental. Ik is een Cape Mental. Voor mij was ik kan niet dezelfde schrijven die maar het is uitgekomen door de site van de marketing. Hij is site van mij uitgekomen. En ik heb me van dit pas easy to do. Is het wat ik is voor woorden en wat ik kijk dan toe. Dus ik kijk naar dat die kijk dan voor allemaal kunnen wat disability wat niet disability is. Kan niet kunnen preschool is wat struggle in. Bij struggle bij school is dat is het zo bij kunnen mensen gaan weten wat ze gaan zoeken. Van bij easy to read. En ik heb me van dit. Dus ik ga easy voor easy dus voor allemaal voor toe. Ook in jong als maak je zaak wat ik we staan er maar easy zal je ja voor mij wil je ik wil kan is een schrijven die voor bij je gaat te consumeren. Zo ik wil dat willen zeggen ik ga je zien voor iedereen is use ik wil je leren kan je use voor parlement voor companies voor workshops voor iedereen voor easy dus wat allemaal voor toe van ook de jong. En ik wil dat willen zeggen, is het mij goed doen, ik kan het ook doen. Dus ik wil dat willen zeggen, ga je hoe is het doen, anders. En jullie zien, en danken, en thank you very much.
Yes, I know there was no sound in the beginning, but also Gabriel, he speaks Afrikaans, so probably most of us don't understand what he was saying. But just to repeat and also echo what I share his view that this is actually a format that can benefit everyone. And he also highlighted the importance for children. So with that, I have come to the conclusion of my presentation. So thank you very much for your kind attention, and I wish you a wonderful afternoon. Thank you.
So you'll be staying at the stage, right? Okay. I think now we move for questions and short comments. If you would like to stay up there, we still need you. Yeah, you may be seated. You may be seated, take rest. Okay, anybody with anything? Towards the end, everyone is getting a little bit think, I mean, we can't sit here looking at each other. If nobody has anything, yeah, please.
Not all mics are working. No, I just wanted to thank Julia, actually, because this was really also her initiative to look at it, and I think that looking at seeing that UNHCR has done it for the larger declarations and everyone, and also the SDGs and so on, I think it is important to follow suit and also make sure that we expand this a little bit also to others like Kampala Declaration, and if any of the member states want to get into contact, we will be happy to facilitate. That's what I've for any other policy that you might be looking at as well. Thank you.
Anybody want to add something?
I just want to make my voice also, as Coco said, and I would like to join congratulating Julian for this initiative and nice presentation, and we will learn from this intervention a lot for all other programs. Thank you very much, Julia.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Leah, for I join the colleagues to congratulate you for the initiative. I think this is most important area of focus for making education as inclusive as possible. I think you have addressed a number of areas where we need to focus. I think not only for making the Djibouti Declaration readable, but also the whole of the education exercise, especially for people with disabilities, to make easily accessible and readable and understandable. I think the next step, therefore, is very important. But what do we need to do to ensure that not only the Djibouti Declaration, but all the documents that we produce are readable, easy to read, and include everyone? So what is your recommendation on the way forward?
Any declaration? Do you want to respond to?
Not that much to respond, but to say thank you for your kind words, and again also to reiterate my great pleasure. I think Dr. Kebede, you and I, we had a nice conversation a few months back where we realized both our hearts beat very strongly for all kinds of inclusive measures. So I feel that, yes, we are in very good company, and as Coco said, I'm very happy to also share some more information for anyone who's interested, or the guidelines. There's very small steps anyone can take, even when producing your information yourself. But yeah, there's also professionals on the continent. Hopefully, for now, as far as I know, the only organization on the continent who does these kind of documents is based in South Africa. But hopefully, in the near future, we shall also see such organizations in the IGAD region. So thank you very much, and yes, have a good afternoon.
Thank you, you too. Thank you a lot. Okay, to Mr. Kebede, if you have any announcements.
Thank you, Prof. I have made announcements. Those people that have to give tests should please go and contact the coordinators. And then tomorrow we start as early as possible, 8 o'clock. So please leave your hotel by 7:30. That's what the bus organizers advised. Then I think this will be the end of our sessions today. We have a meeting of the committee, composed of UNHCR, GIZ, IGAD, ECW, Uganda, and Kenya and Ethiopia. we will remain here, and then if there is a break in the boardroom, we'll go to that. But if we don't find a boardroom, we'll stay here and draft the recommendations for tomorrow. We have one major session tomorrow, that's the monitoring and evaluation framework. With that presentation and the recommendations that will arise from there, I think what we'll do today will be what we'll present to the closing session. We would likely finish by lunch after reviewing the recommendations. These recommendations will be the ones that will be presenting to our ministers when we gather them early next year, God willing. So please, the countries that I mentioned, in fact, all the countries, if willing, you can remain behind. One delegate at least from Ayman, if you wish to join us, Ethiopia, and also South Sudan. So all the countries, Somalia, if there is anyone who can join us. We don't want to make the team very big, but we need to really incorporate the views of all the member states in the recommendations so that we have something concrete tomorrow to present. With this one, I think the rest of the team, with your permission, Excellency, will take their time for excursion or for shopping around Djibouti. Djibouti is a very beautiful city. Weather is nice, so you can enjoy your afternoon. We have been keeping you extra time in the last 2 days, so we really want to give you this afternoon back. Thank you very much.
Thank you.